Well, I'm sitting in my chair late at night, watching crime unfold under the pale moonlight. From the darkest corner, stories unfold. True crime jewels, she's brash and she is bold. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From missing kids in Tennessee to angry husbands named Barry. True crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. From missing people to twisted minds, we're unraveling secrets old Barry tried to hide. Every clue, every twist and turn. In the world of crime, there's always more to learn. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From Christopher's anger to Stephen Fisher's lies. The truth is calling, and justice won't be denied. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. True Crime Jewels on the YouTube streets. Lights are low, suspense is high. We're chasing truth, we spot every lie. Step into the darkness, hold on tight. Two flashlights out there in the dead of night. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep. Barry Morphew's case is hot. A boy in Tennessee won't be left behind. From the coldest cases to the ones that shine, true crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. We're always watching Barry and waiting for the truth. In the world of crime, we discuss the proof. So hit that play and join the true crime journey with Jewels of Thought and her gemstone family.
All right, everybody. I hope you guys are doing very, very well. I am early today. It's kind of strange, isn't it? But I had some unexpected interruption to work. And so, so I decided to do this at a bit of a different time today. All right. So first of all, have you hit the thumbs up button so that you have a number to put into chat? So I hope you will do that. We're at about 100 people, but there's only like 54 thumbs ups. So I hope you will hit the thumbs up and record your number in chat. Now then, what's the other thing? Oh, yes. So also, if you haven't done the whole YouTube deal where you hit the subscribe button and you put on notifications, I would appreciate if you would do that, because I am shamelessly pandering. I'm trying to grow my channel. Okay. And so, all I can do is take the dignified route and just beg and plead and cry and pull my hair out, right? Or I can just ask, hey, if you want to, I hope that you will subscribe and hit the thumbs up. Not many people are doing that anymore, and I respect that, but we are sort of held hostages as creators because our videos don't get shared out unless our ratio is good. So I hope that you will consider that. And I got a couple of issues to address very quickly before. Okay, why didn't that show up? Hold on, that should be showing up. Why is it not? Something very quickly. There we go. Something quickly to address before I get to the Proudfoot Fan Club. Yes, we're going to talk about the Proudfoot Fan Club, where they came from, who are they, what made them decide that Christopher and Katie Proudfoot are victimized, innocent angels. And so that's kind of what we're going to try to address. Okay. I apologize about my silly birds. Since I did my live last night, Barry behind bars has been squawking quite a bit. I fear that he's worried about 2025, but we will be dealing with that later. Now, there's some trickery afoot, and we've known that with the addition of SF Investigates. SF Investigates has a way of muddying the proverbial waters, which is why I have the thumbnail that I do for today's live. And so that thumbnail, you saw the muddy feet. That was really a jab at SF Investigates and how he just obfuscates what is truth and fact. He confuses people. And, you know, I believe that is his job, is to muddy the waters. And so that is, you know, how the Proudfoot Fan Club came to be, I think, was at the direction of super fixer Stephen Fisher. So we're going to be addressing that as well. But one of the most recent things that came up that I thought, yes, this definitely has the mark of Stephen Fisher on it. Definitely doesn't have the mark of logic or rational thought. And so I thought, you know, I'm just going to kind of give everybody heads up and let you know what we're dealing with. It's a little bit strange, actually. So this is, well, where'd he go? Trover, quit. Trover, quit. Why is it not showing? Okay, that's off. Why isn't that off? There we go. All right. So we're going to start with Sheriff Roy Sonny Weatherford. And the reason that I want to start off with this, well, you know who you are, right? You left me that cute little message about Sonny and Eric Craddock, or let me be more specific, Tammy Weatherford. I got a message and I grappled with the problem. Should I give the person's name? Like, should I reveal the account that actually left this silly message? And I decided no, I'm not going to do that, because I don't really have any way of knowing if this person has been misled by SF Investigates and his minions, or if this person is actually an operative of Christopher Proudfoot and SF Investigates. So either way, wherever this insanity originated, I'm not comfortable saying who put the information out there, but I am very comfortable addressing it in a way that should alert everyone that there are people who have taken it upon themselves to create confusion and put out disinformation. And in the beginning, I thought, well, this is just sort of a war of wits between Dog the Bounty Hunter's team, like Nick and Hong, and then Christopher Proudfoot's team, SF Investigates. In the beginning, I thought it was just they that were sort of battling each other, going, you told a lie. That's wrong. This is the real truth. That's the real truth. And so in the beginning, I thought that's what it was. Now, after the past couple of days, I have come to realize that is actually not all it is. These people from SF Investigates, Christopher Proudfoot's team, They are intentionally messaging anyone. They're getting into the comments that are being made under videos, and they're putting out information that sounds like they are fact checking. It sounds like they are correcting misinformation. Really, what they're doing is they're floating a bunch of BS. And all I've got to say to Christopher Proudfeet and his little team of dishonest assholes is, pardon my language, people, cover your ears up if you're offended by adult cuss words. But you know what, Christopher Proudfoot? Fuck around and find out. Keep it up, because bad things are about to start happening in your life. So they're actually targeting all of these discussions that are happening, and they are demonstrating zero interest in actual fact. And so that is where I want to start today. I want to talk about a response that is under one of my videos. I've been experiencing this for several days, and I thought, wow, how could I be wrong about that? The story about Christopher Proudfoot's stepsister, his biological father's wife, they started coming out and saying that was untrue. And they said that Hong, Dog the Bounty Hunter, they're so dishonest. They changed one digit. It wasn't really the real death, yada, yada, yada. And I finally said, I'm really going to dig into this and find out, because if that's true, it does need to be talked about. And lo and behold, I was actually able to isolate the hospital that put out the original declaration of death to the funeral home, the original obituary that came out. It is in fact true. And no, they did not change a digit. None of that. So when this long comment was put under one of my videos, I laughed, first of all, and I was like, this is really some sad business. So I want to do this because I think everybody needs to be on alert and not just knee-jerk believe whatever you're seeing that is being written in the various chats or under the videos, the comments under videos. Don't believe it, because they're intentionally lying and creating confusion, the fog of war, the smog of dishonorable, disreputable people, whatever you want to call it. It's BS. So the latest little comment that I got is that, you remember how I commented on Sonny Weatherford, how he died? And that the direct recipient, the benefactor of Weatherford dying, was actually the current sheriff, Eric Craddock. That Weatherford dying basically just rolled out the red carpet for Eric Craddock. There didn't even have to be a real election. Yeah? Well, and I stand by that. I said nothing that was untrue. I firmly stand by everything I said, because I'm not just half-ass running off at the mouth. Christopher Proudfoot is a litigious, weak little child who doesn't seem to give a damn about the real kid that's missing, Sebastian Rogers. He cares more about silencing people that may actually be speaking truth. So I've got to be sure that what I'm saying is real. So the comment was that Sonny Weatherford, that his wife, Tammy, that she was having an affair with Eric Craddock, and that was the real reason that Sonny died. Yeah. Wrap your brain around that for a minute. Okay. So to be clear, and I'm going to share an image here. Hold on. And for those of you that knew Sheriff Weatherford, loved Sheriff Weatherford, I am so sorry that these weirdos would comment about such nonsense. Now, this is a public image that was put out. It's obviously Sheriff Weatherford, his beautiful wife, Tammy. I think they had been married like 25 years or something. They had a long, successful, very happy marriage. And I'm going to assume that's their grandchild. I thought about blurring the face out, but this was a public photograph that was in an article, media article. So I thought, well, they didn't mind, when it was put out. So it's a beautiful, 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 gorgeous photograph. And so the claims is that his wife of 25 years was fooling around with Eric Craddock. And now I'm going to share a photograph. Here is a fairly current photograph of Eric Craddock. They have a lot of kids, 3 or 4. I think they have 4 kids from very, very young up to like young teen. And so here is the young Mr. Craddock and his beautiful wife. Tammy is a beautiful woman. But the story being left under my life was that this man, Eric, was in an affair, and I suppose continues to be in the affair, with Tammy, Sheriff Weatherford's wife, of like 25 years. And that is the reason that he died. Not the powerful being crowned sheriff of Sumner County. So when I saw that, I came so close to deleting it, like knee-jerk delete, right? Because it was such nonsense, just ridiculous. This woman, Tammy Weatherford, she is mourning her husband. They had a beautiful, long, loving marriage, successful marriage, and she was devastated at the loss of her husband, devastated. And then you have these weirdos, creeps, to come out and put on a public forum this absurd, you can't even call it a rumor because they invented it, right? And so you say, okay, but why? Well, I got a couple of reasons why. I got some ideas. One would be Christopher Proudfoot's dumbass thinking, oh, well, if they're going to make up stories about me, I'm going to make up stories about them. You're so stupid, Christopher Proudfoot. The reality is there's a 15-year-old boy that went missing, and when the dogs were brought to the house, those dogs did not react to trauma, cadaver, blood, none of it. As far as we know, we have very little information about scent articles being presented to any dogs. We have one dog didn't even start at your house, but ended up at this this pond. And then when you had a very highly respected woman with the U.S. military who trains these dogs, you made it crystal clear that nobody was going to bring dogs onto your property to search, and no one was going to bring dogs onto the Bauer Sox or Binkley or whatever other family members there may or may not be. That was such an odd addition. Not only are you going to not bring your dogs to us, but you're also not going to bring it to any of our various family, step family, extended family. Oh, really? So somebody was asking about family members that they didn't even know about? Your behavior since the beginning of this hasn't been a situation where good, decent human beings are sitting around saying, oh, I need to make some YouTube coin. Let me make up horrific nightmare lies about this family that is grieving the loss of a child. That is exactly not where it started, Christopher Proudfoot and Stephen Fisher. And yet you're demonstrating just exactly the type of sociopathy that would say, hey, well, yeah, maybe I did hurt somebody, but how dare them talk about it? I'm now going to start making up bullshit lies about people that are good, decent human beings, and they are no longer here on the planet to answer to it. So the two situations are not even remotely alike. When you make up absurd, ridiculous statements like this woman in grief who is missing her husband had an affair with the new sheriff who is perhaps possibly, let's see, I figured it out, possibly 36, maybe 36 years old or turning 37 in 2025, that this woman missing her husband, who was the sheriff, that she's having an affair with a 36-year-old boy who was crowned sheriff, and that's the reason that her husband died. You put that kind of nonsense out there, thinking on any level that that's the same as your 15-year-old going missing in the middle of the night, not any camera picking up hide nor hair of this young man. There is no scent of this young man anywhere within a 5-10 mile radius of your house. There is no article of clothing. The kid doesn't take shoes. Oh, but he took a flashlight. Ba-boom, boom, boom. Who do you think you're dealing with? Here's what I think. It's my opinion only. I think that any parent who had a missing kid under these circumstances, who felt empowered to go out and start lies about the previous sheriff who tragically died, and now the new sheriff has been crowned as a result of that death, I think it sounds like you're pretty damn confident that nobody's going to be looking at you, Proudfoot. You present as a man who is certain that he does not have to worry about law enforcement, no matter how many lies you tell. You don't care. You have been caught in so many lies by really good people, and you don't care. You continue to do it. That Fox and Friends interviewer could not even stay in the interview after you interrupted Katie and talked about how your shoes have been vetted. Your shoes, Christopher, were accounted for. Oh, what? You wear a size 6 shoe? Katie's shoes are accounted for. Nobody gives a shit about your shoes or Katie's shoes. The problem is that you told a story that Sebastian walked out that door, quote unquote, in the middle of the night, and it was Seth who said, well, I mean, why would he walk out? All of his shoes are right here. The shoes I just bought him, they're all right here. What do you mean he walked out with no shoes on? So you are saying things and doing things on a public platform that has all been recorded. It's all been documented. And you don't seem to have any fear of Sheriff Eric Craddock. I think that's intriguing, actually. And you may think that if the sheriff's department has your back, you may think that you're a made man. You may think that you're safe, but never forget what happened to Linda Stanley, because there was some funny business going on with Barry Morpheus. I mean, that man was put in jail with no bail. And they dropped the charges because the prosecutor and the sheriff's department were not acting right. They mishandled the investigation and then the evidence and then the courtroom horribly. And it was the state of Colorado that got Linda Stanley disbarred, that sanctioned her prosecutors. Sheriff Craddock does not operate in a vacuum. He is not operating free and clear. Nobody, they may have made Eric Craddock sheriff. Nobody made him God. And there is oversight on even deputy sheriffs, sheriff's departments. There's even oversight on chief of police and state police. So keep it up. Keep up the nonsense. Keep it up. There's always a boss. So Sheriff Craddock is possibly 36, 37 years old, based on the fact that he graduated from Hendersonville High School in 2006. And most people graduate from high school sometime around 18 years old, right? 17, 18, 19 years old. So it's absurd that they're out there sharing this foolish, silly story, really, thinking that they're being smug, right? Thinking that they're going to create all kinds of gossip and it's going to get everybody talking and all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing I think they didn't factor in. People are saying that perhaps the sheriff did not accidentally fall. Perhaps someone helped him fall and he ended up sustaining a serious head injury. And there were beneficiaries of that terrible accident. And maybe that's why Christopher Proudfoot seems so confident. Maybe he's good friends. Henderson High School, graduated 2006. Maybe there's some friendships there. Maybe there's some lifelong friendships there. And maybe that would account for your hubris. Maybe that would account for the fact that you don't seem to have any worry about law enforcement watching you as you lie and mislead people. You said, oh, I can't answer that because law enforcement specifically said I can't talk about that. Oh, no. We are not allowed to comment on that because law enforcement said, no, don't talk about that either. Oh, wait a minute. You better not answer that question, Christopher and Katie, because law enforcement told you not to answer that question. And when it wasn't law enforcement telling you not to talk, your dumb ass was citing HIPAA. Like, oh, okay, what are we about to find out? That Christopher Proudfoot is a neurosurgeon? What about the dumbass comment about the Brinks work truck? Oh, we don't have permission to be shared. Who do you think you are? And a better question is, who do you think all these people are on YouTube that are watching you? Has it occurred to you that there may or may not be some professionals keeping track of you and the silly things that you say? Watching who your friends are, who are the sycophants, where were they on any given day? Have you considered that maybe? Probably not. You're just arrogant enough not to think that would be a real thing. But Linda Stanley is a cautionary tale. And if you're smart, like you believe you are, you dig into her history and find out how she messed up real bad, thinking that she was top dog and that there was no one more powerful than she and Sheriff Spacey. Well, she effed around and found out. So this lie that was placed under my video has absolutely zero foundation for reality. Neither is there any possibility by way of like photographs, pictures, specific events that took place. But just being a logical, rational person, it is highly unlikely that a woman who had been in a 25-year marriage with a man who was so well respected and well loved, who died in such a curious, unusual way, that this woman would just start fooling around with the current sheriff. You're a disgusting human being, SF Investigates. I have zero doubt that you are the one that floated that nonsense and other nonsense that has been popping up under videos and in side chats. I thought it was very interesting that on November the 19th, this is crazy. Like it's like we're in a, it's like we're being punked. It's like it's not real. It's like it's an artificial environment that we're all experiencing related to Sebastian going missing. So the stepsister dies November the 18th, 2024. The very next day, November the 19th, and Nick Barris reported on this. November the 19th, 2024, there was a 4-year-old little boy that vanished in Tennessee. This child, this 4-year-old, was also diagnosed with autism. The day after, okay, let me set this up, okay? Katie and Sebastian are in the Texas Roadhouse eating. And she is taking photographs and or texting. They stand up to leave. And just before they stand up to leave, Proudfoot's stepsister comes walking up to Katie's car and stands there for 2 minutes. And on my channel, we stopped for 2 minutes. We didn't have any conversation for 2 minutes to understand truly how long 2 minutes really is. So his stepsister, not his half sister, not his, full sister, his stepsister, his biological father married Linda. Her name is Linda Proudfoot now. Linda's daughter is who we're talking about. Not a biological relationship to Proudfoot, to Christopher Proudfoot, right? Stepsister. And she has a brother, their stepbrother. She had some kids. She comes walking up, and she right before Sebastian and Katie stood up to leave the restaurant. She comes walking up and stands in between the two cars as if knowing that Katie was coming out. Think about that. It's not a coincidence that Katie is preparing to leave the restaurant. If you count back from the time that she walked out and, saw the lady, and you go backward 2 minutes, Katie and Sebastian were still sitting there. And this lady came up and stood in between the two cars. Proudfoot's sister, stepsister, waited on Katie and Sebastian. Sebastian was clearly affected. He was worried. He was scared. There were workers that stopped working to watch whatever was happening between Proudfoot's stepsister and Katie. Now, the stepsister said that she had only met Katie and Sebastian once. Oh, okay. What? Once? The one time at Texas Roadhouse, the night the kid goes missing? Hey, Eric Craddock, where you at, big guy? Where you at? You doing your job? Oh, I know. You're calling her on the phone, aren't you? That's how you conduct an investigation when it is a Bowersox or a Proudfoot who's on the line. You just pick up the phone and say, hey, I heard a little something about you, man. Yeah, just wanted to find out. Were you up to no good? Yeah. Uh-huh. So did you steal, Sebastian? Yeah. Okay. Well, then it sounds like we don't have any trouble here. I'm so relieved to find out you didn't steal him. Listen, you better bundle up, girl. It's about to get real cold. Like we're going into the 20s tonight. See you later. Bye. What? Really, Sheriff Craddock? Really? That's your idea of a thorough vetting of a dead woman? You can't. You can't make this up. This is so bizarre. It absolutely it's amazing, right? So now we've got some little low IQ clown who's leaving messages claiming that the ex-sheriff's beloved is screwing around with Eric Craddock, and that's why Weatherford had to die. Wait a second, Eric or Steve-O or Chrissy Wissy. You're acknowledging that the death of Sheriff Weatherford was unusual? You see, you're not that smart, are you? You think you are. You're over there, you're patting each other on the back, talking about how smart and cool and slick you all are. But are you really? Because the statement was, oh, you're totally wrong. The real reason that Weatherford had to die was because Eric was having an affair with Tammy. Well, okay, well, wait a minute. I don't care about who's having an affair with who, but I care very much that your team just admitted that Sheriff Weatherford's death was unusual at best. It's great. You guys are not thinking clearly. All right. So all of this is my own wild speculation because today is Friday. Wild speculation, and it is January the 17th. And the reason that I always give the date when I make a video is because YouTube makes it difficult to pin down specific dates because they report back by months. This video was from 5 months ago or 4 months ago or 3 months ago, correct? So it makes it a little difficult to date when these things happened. All right. So the 4-year-old little boy who with autism disappearing into the woods in Tennessee the day after Proudfoot's stepsister waited beside Katie's car for 2 minutes and a spectacle was created that Steve-O and Mr. Chris came out and said, oh no, it was totally a dude, man. It's totally a dude. Yeah, it was an old dude. An old man was standing between Katie's car and the other car. It was an old man, according to Steve-O. SF Investigates. It's actually still on his Twitter today. It was an old dude. Okay, so how do you know, Steve-O? Were you there? Are you, in fact, the old dude that was waiting on Katie? No? How do you know? Oh, Katie told you? Oh. So Katie told you on November the 18th. Oh, I'm sorry, before then, that the person in the green hoodie was an old man. And he just wasn't paying attention. He was just trying to get up there to that restaurant and get him a big old ribeye. It's what they said. And when Dog's team put out that video, seems to me that Steve-O and Katie got nervous because they went driving up to Texas Roadhouse with their hair on fire, demanding to see the video. What was it? It'd been such a long time since the 25th, the moment when the old dude was standing there with Katie creating a spectacle. You guys thought they don't have anything? They didn't see anything? None of those people that watched the spectacle reported it. And then boom, after you come out, Steve-O, and say, oh, it was an old dude. Well, then you forced Dog's team to put out truth. They just put the truth out. That's all they did. They didn't even really talk about it. They just put out the photographs and the video. Why? To let us all know who is lying. Because when you look at the photographs, the Texas Roadhouse video, and you look at Green Hoodie Dude, you recognize very quickly this is actually Green Hoodie Dudette. It's a woman. Which woman? Proudfoot's stepsister, who died the day before the 4-year-old boy with autism vanished into the woods, and Sumner County Sheriff was the knight in shining armor that came running up with his drone and found the little boy within an hour or so. Why was it so easy? Because it was November and there were no leaves on the trees. And so they could see down into the forest where the little boy was hiding. The terrain there was so steep, said Sumner County Sheriff Eric Craddock. Obviously, it's fall. The leaves are falling, but it's just really rugged terrain. And fortunately, all those fallen leaves made for a clean line of sight from above and through the trees, making the search so much quicker. We put drones up, and within 20 minutes of the drones being put up, we had found that child in the woods, said Sheriff Craddock. The boy was spotted along the banks of a creek. The sheriff, guided by the drone, was able to make it to the boy. That's me, you see, running up to the child. You can see me, Sheriff Craddock, hero for a day, grabbing the child up and offering him comfort and safety in my big, strong arms. I then rushed to wrap the young lad in a warm blanket. He was wet and shivering. I took off my jacket. I wrapped him in my jacket, and then I ran as fast as I could with the 4-year-old autistic boy up to the EMA director, Ken Widener, and the child's father. His dad then picked him up, and just to watch that hug was so amazing, said Widener. What? This story reads like a novel. The little boy was located just an hour after the original emergency call went out. Officials said he was cold, but he was unharmed. Craddock said it's simply amazing. We got him back to his family. He's happy. He's healthy. It's the ending we always want in every case. So what is this, Craddock? This is like a do-over you got? This is like, okay, well, we couldn't find a 15-year-old boy, but we sure did find that 4-year-old. And so don't worry about us anymore. Don't ever think about Sebastian again, because after all, we saved the 4-year-old boy with autism. Such an interesting date. It's such an interesting date. You have a direct eyewitness that dies on November the 18th, and this story comes out on November the 19th. I mean, this reeks of manipulation of the public, because it doesn't matter, Eric Craddock, if you find 50 kids that have gone missing, every one of them on the spectrum. None of that removes the fact that Sebastian Rogers is a human being. He matters, and he is still missing. And you guys seem to have abdicated the need to, I don't know, secure evidence, shut down the Proudfoot home so that people are not walking in and out. You gave permission for professional cleaning in the home. It's very unusual. All right. So be careful of the information people are putting underneath videos or inside chat. Mr. Sheriff Sonny Weatherford III was born in 1959. He was married to the love of his life, Tammy, for 24 years. They are the mother and father of 2 wonderful young men, and they have multiple grandchildren. And she loves her husband. She has mourned his loss. And the story that they put out, in order to be what I believe, my opinion is, they put those stories out as to be smart ass, right? To give gossip to people to chatter about. In no way reaches the level of the reporting that's been done on Sebastian. That is the truth. This is Sebastian Rogers. This is what a 15-year-old boy looks like, not a kid 5 years old that they gave to Fox and Friends. Oh, we're here on Fox and Friends pleading for you to help us find my child. And here are 2 photographs. One when he's 5 and one when he's what, 12? Why didn't you give them this picture? How about the pictures that Seth gave? You know, they didn't even change the missing poster until Seth brought the accurate aged photos to be put on that. But they still, you know what they did? They still kept the photographs of Sebastian as a little kid. Why? How does that help anyone? It's really, really strange business going on in Sumner County, in my opinion. Next thing I want to share, it's just amusing. It doesn't mean anything except that, I don't know, seems to me 15 web pages, 3 specific posts, the Grok AI machine is learning from me and you, because that's how it works, right? That they aggregate information and then they form ideas based on that information. So the answer to this question that I put in is a reflection on just how many people have made comments, articles that have said, I think that perhaps Christopher Proudfoot may have had something to do with Sebastian Rogers going missing. The question that I asked, based on something that Hong posted on Twitter, and because I don't just take a story at face value, I look to verify it before I talk about it. He said he put this into the AI platform. I think he used Chat GPT, and it came back and gave the answer Christopher Proudfoot. And I said, wait a minute, that's not how these machines work. They won't make a statement on someone's innocence or guilt. But when you say the word, if you had to speculate, then the machine will go and gather all kinds of information and make a determination. Okay, how many people think that Katie Proudfoot did something to Sebastian? How many people think that Christopher may have hurt Sebastian? How many people may have thought that Seth could have hurt Sebastian? How many people think that maybe it was just a stranger abduction? And wow, Chris, this is really strange. The question to Grok, which is Elon Musk's AI machine, if you, Grok, had to speculate on who took Sebastian Rogers, he says Chris Proudfoot. And my jaw hit the ground. I put that question in, and you can see that Grok used 15 different web pages, and it's not like let's say Fox and Friends. Let's say that they do 4 articles on Sebastian Rogers going missing. It won't take 4 articles and say they use 4 websites. No. They're talking about the site. You may have 100 articles on one site. It gets counted as one. So 15 different pages, web pages, and 3 separate posts. And Grok thinks Christopher Proudfoot had something to do with taking Sebastian Rogers. Notice I didn't put in anything about anything bad happening to Sebastian, just the question, who may have taken him, right? Do you speculate? Yeah, I put in, do you speculate Katie Proudfoot helped Christopher Proudfoot? That Grok used 15 web pages and 8 posts and was unable to name an answer. Not a yes or a no or a maybe or nothing, because there's no consensus. That's what makes it so spectacular, that when asked if you had to speculate on who took Sebastian Rogers, who did it, and the machine says Chris Proudfoot based on 15 separate websites and 3 specific posts. Again, question, if you had to speculate, would you think Christopher Proudfoot is a dangerous man? Would you guess that he's a dangerous man? No answer, because there's no information out there about that. Now, if there had been arrests, if he had served time, for example, then Grok would have come back and said, well, based on the fact that he served 12 years in the federal penitentiary, yada, yada, then he would have said why. So it's not that the AI machines are dichotomous. They don't have a forced choice response. They reserve the right not to answer at all if there's simply no logical way to have a discussion about the answer. Again, making this particular answer shocking. If you had to speculate who took Sebastian Rogers, and a machine, Mr. Proudfoot, is naming you, that's fascinating. That means there's a whole lot of people out there that are having these discussions, and most of them are naming you. Doesn't mean you're guilty, doesn't mean it's true, but it is talking about about human nature and how people are collectively conceptualizing this case. And I find that very interesting. When I start thinking about this question, who is the Proudfoot Fan Club? Like, who are these people that believe the story that Katie and Christopher have put out? Who are the people that primarily believe this, and why are they believing this? I know that Cluminati, we've heard Cluminati, Jazz for Justice, Grammy's Watching, Queen Bee. So there's a group of them that's a fairly limited group of actual creators. And I do think there's a lot of their followers that listen and say, oh, well, I believe you, Clue, because I'm a subscriber, or I believe you, Jay, because I'm a subscriber. So I'm trying to be fair and open about how I'm kind of conceptualizing this. But I do know that in the beginning, Cluminati was not, Cluminati did not jump on the bandwagon that Seth was guilty or had something to do with Sebastian going missing. She actually seemed to kind of support Seth, right? She seemed to be pretty vocal about supporting Seth. I'll put it that way. There was some interactions that they had. Cluminati and Cletus live there where this is all happening. And since this all began to unfold, apparently Cluminati and Cletus have become very good friends with Christopher and Katie Proudfoot, to include sitting together in the courtroom, like having video where they're out in the woods together. Like they seem to be fairly chummy, right? So Sebastian had been missing for about a month, maybe it was a little less than a month. Cluminati revealed after about 3 weeks or so, first couple of comments, she was like, oh, we got to support Seth, and we got to support Katie, and we got to support Chris. And then about 3 or 4 weeks after the disappearance, Clue reveals that she's been talking to Christopher Proudfoot. That Christopher Proudfoot is calling into her lives. She's calling almost immediately. She starts calling him buddy and friend. She begins saying that she's going to be the 6th Mrs. Proudfoot, which I thought was very interesting. I mean, she talks quite a bit about being respectful of Katie, because Katie is the grieving mother of Sebastian, and that, people should show Katie respect. She talks a lot about that, but then she's talking about how sexy Christopher Proudfoot is, how she's going to be the next Mrs. Proudfoot. And I'm just like shaking my head like, okay, I clearly live a different kind of life than Clue, because I don't feel like this is being respectful to Katie, number one. And I know it wasn't respectful to Cletus. And it seemed kind of gross and disgusting to be joking about being the next Mrs. Proudfoot with Christopher Proudfoot on a live where the whole world could hear. And Sebastian had only been missing 4 or 5 weeks. What? So it's weird, right? I mean, I don't know what it means. I'm not speculating what that indicated, other than it does seem to me they got close really fast, like real fast, or they've always known each other. Maybe she and Cletus have had connections to Christopher Proudfoot. before Sebastian went missing. So it's weird. It was a strange thing. We do also later find that it is Cluminati who is actively raising money to have billboards put up for Sebastian. She's working with Duchess, right? That group of people. And lo and behold, Duchess gets the first interview with the Proudfeet. It's a real chummy group of friends. Like, they seem to not only live in the same community, the same town, but they all seem to know each other and got real friendly real fast in a weird kind of way. And it's a strange thing. And Christopher Proudfoot and Katie, they could have had their choice for whom to speak with about this disappearance of this 15-year-old kid, right? It was a huge story. You even had the Cajun Navy coming down after looking for Riley Strain, coming down and offering to help, it with Sebastian Rogers' case. And it was a huge, Court TV was talking about Sebastian. Fox and Friends, for God's sake. It's a huge story. And there are large YouTube true crime channels. Large. His face, his picture could have been put out to so many people in the early days. Now, got to forget about the fact that they were giving pictures of a 5-year-old and a 12-year-old to local police saying, this is our boy went missing. Okay, so maybe they weren't looking that hard, but really, think about it. Clue had 15,000 subscribers, maybe? Why didn't you choose one of the big platforms? Why wouldn't you go, for example, on Kendall Ray? Why wouldn't you have gone to Bailey Sarah? Why wouldn't you have done that? It is so bizarre that you go to these little channels that few people know about. And I'm not denigrating their channel. I'm saying by comparison, the size of the story of Sebastian's disappearance was big enough that any of these channels would have welcomed you onto their panel with open arms to get Sebastian's photographs, the story, to get it out there and have a much wider reach, right? Like a much, much wider reach. Why didn't you do that? It's so strange. I want to play a quick little clip here. I'm not playing the whole video. I'm just playing a little snippet. All right, so a little small snippet. This came off of Queen Bee live that was done a month, maybe 4 or 5 weeks after Sebastian went missing. Okay, why is it not showing? There we go. Okay, so this came off of a live panel that they did, within a month or so of Sebastian going missing. And, what is being said is directly relevant to what I just said. And mods, would you please put a link up for Queen Bee's channel? I want to make sure that she gets credit for this. I am using this, fair use disclaimer, news or reaction, right? So I want to be clear about that. And it's proper to give her credit. So please put up the link to her channel. And let's just take a quick listen to, it's just a few sentences. But keep in mind what I just said, that at the time that, Clue's channel was fairly small. I mean, it's a big channel, but it's kind of small. You could have taken this story anywhere. Why did you choose a little hole in the wall that very few people would have seen? Why would you do that? So listen to what is said by Christopher Proudfoot.
That's a little piece of nugget of information. Take that for
what I'm more afraid of is, no joke, is, if somebody has him and he escapes and gets out on his own and he runs and screams for help, that enough people don't know about the situation. And
agreed.
There's a lot of folks out there that don't actually know.
Wow, he sounds so rational, doesn't he? He sounds so rational, like he's really, really interested in what happened to Sebastian and trying to get Sebastian home. Right? But what did he say? He describes it in a painful way, like a sad, painful way. He says, well, let me play it one more time, and let's just let him tell us the words that he wants to use. Listen carefully to what he says.
He escapes and gets out.
Oops, sorry, I didn't go back far enough.
That's a little piece of nugget of information. Take that
what I'm more afraid of is, no joke, is, if somebody has him and he escapes and gets out on his own and he runs and screams for help, that enough people don't know about the situation. And
agreed.
There's a lot of folks out there that don't.
He escapes and he runs and screams for help. So Christopher is showing the ability for empathy. He's showing, hey, I can see what it would be like if I was being held hostage as a little kid, and I figure out a way to get away. I escape, and I'm screaming in terror that I need help. But if people don't know the story, they may not help me. The kidnapper may say, don't listen to him. He's my child. He does this all the time. He makes up stories and lies, but he's mine. I don't know what we're going to do with him. That's the crap that Christopher Proudfoot said. Is he a cool liar? Because didn't he and Katie leave? Didn't they leave and go 3.5 hours away to the Yogi Bear campground without a care in the world, leaving the house empty? What if Sebastian should escape his kidnappers, Christopher, and find himself on the doorstep of his home, and Mr. Chris and Mom are in Mississippi camping at the Yogi Bear campground? That is very strange to me. That within a month or so of Sebastian going missing, you guys get in the camper and go to Mississippi to camp. But then a couple of months later, because this live was done 7 months ago. So a couple of months later, after you've already left, you've already made a decision, Sebastian ain't coming home. It'll be fine if we go over to the Yogi Bear campground. We'll be fine. He's not coming home. A couple of months after that, you go on live and you say, oh, but what if he manages to escape his captors? And he's screaming in fear. But the people that find him don't know that he's a missing boy. That really scares me. It's incredible. It's shocking when you break it down and deal with just the facts. All right. Yeah, let's go buy us a new Harley. That'll make us feel better, correct? We'll feel so much better after we have a new Harley. Seems to me Clue and Cletus are tarred with the same feathers as Chris and Katie. No common sense. The Clue Klux Klan. Linda, that is, there is a shared mentality for this group that they don't see. I don't mean shared mentality that they want to hurt Sebastian or anything like that. I mean, they all seem to think that no one's paying attention, even though they go on their channels and they scream and yell about how YouTube creators are making coin using Sebastian's name, and we're such horrible, awful people. We're all lack principles. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, you have this joker who took Katie and left the home weeks after this kid went missing. He then, 2 months later, he goes up on Queen Bee's Live and he says, oh, the thing that scares me so much is what if Sebastian escapes his captors? And he makes it somewhere, but nobody's heard of him. And so they don't believe him and they return him to the evil people that took him. What if that happens? Stop. What? No, you don't care. That was not a real story. That was a story that was designed to win friends and influence people, Mr. Chris. It bears no resemblance to the facts of your actions. And you know what this crowd did? They all just went, oh, that you're so right. You're such a nice guy, Chris. You're such a warm and empathetic stepfather. So you're so right. So right. Yeah. The Proudfoot Fan Club was in full bloom 7 months ago. They had all come together, met each other, made buddies. They were all standing in line to be the next Mrs. Proudfoot. And that is where this began with Cluminati. That the phone calls from Christopher Proudfoot to Clue, that it became clear that he was calling her and they had this developing friendship, or you believe they already well knew one another before Sebastian ever went missing. I mean, they might even be like family members or something, like through marriage or something. You know what I mean? Huh? So it was clear that Cluminati started out saying, no, we got to be kind to all the parents involved. And then she started saying that Seth was a bad man, that nobody else had met him, but she wanted us all to know that as soon as she was in front of him, she could feel it from him and that he was a bad man. And that's when she knew that Chris was innocent. It's amazing because Seth was at work all night on camera. So where's the ability? Where's the ability? Where's the means for being able to do that? Oh, we could have hired someone. This is what these people were saying. He could have hired someone. He was working at the jail, so he had come into contact with many unscrupulous people. Could have hired them. Oh, okay. Well, with what? What money? You guys have already doxed him to hell and back. You've already put out everything that you could find about his work history or his medical issues, his lack of employment over a certain period of time. And out of the other side of your mouth, you are saying, oh, he he was hiring murderers. He was hiring hitmen to go get Sebastian. So ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Again, this idea of logic, rational thought. You guys have, left all that straight behind. Right? Just left it behind. No, we don't want to have any logic. We don't have any rational thought. We just want to live in a made-up fairy tale where you're going to be the next Mrs. Proudfoot. And what? Seth magically, maybe Seth figured out Chad's portal. And maybe Seth was able to use Chad's porcelain portal to time travel and get Sebastian. You're all ridiculous. It's not what you're saying. Absolutely makes no sense at all. Seth was and remains the only one of this group who actually seemed to be in grief, who actually was mourning this young boy or young man. And it's like you guys don't see it. It's like you're oblivious. You have joined the Christopher Proudfoot Fan Club. You're even fighting over who's going to be the next Mrs. Proudfoot. And once he was calling in, when he would call in, no matter how ridiculous or absurd his behavior was, you would all swoon and giggle like you hadn't had a conversation with a man in the past 2 years. You swoon and giggle. Oh, God, Chris, you're so funny, Chris. Oh, Chris, so cute. Look how funny he is. He's so funny. I don't think Sebastian thought that he was funny. Not a single day. Because Sebastian seemed to be telling his teachers, anyone that would listen, that he needed protection. So I'm curious, Sheriff Craddock, who dropped the ball on Sebastian having a biological father, Seth, who was really involved with him? I thought it was such a strange comment when Katie says about Seth, oh, Seth loves Sebastian. If Sebastian played organized ball, Seth would have been right on the front row. I thought that was so bizarre. Like when she said it, I was like, what was that? That's like, who are you trying to convince, Katie? Like, what's this about? And I thought maybe Seth was not very involved. Oh, no. I know now why it sounded weird. I just didn't know at the time why it sounded weird. But now I kind of have an idea. Because Christopher and Katie told CPS that Seth was not around, that he was not involved in Sebastian's life, and they just didn't know how to get in touch with him. And that is why 5 CPS investigations within 2 years, and Seth Rogers never received notification, not once, even though he was an active, engaged, loving, biological father. I've never seen a CPS office operate like this. Or for that matter, I have never seen investigators act like this. Oh, don't worry. We had a very in-depth conversation on the phone and we cleared green hoodie dude. Okay, well, except there's some problems with that. Number one, I don't know how you talk to her on the phone because she was dead. I also don't know how you talk to green hoodie dude because green hoodie dude is green hoodie woman. And you said she's not involved at all. And yet she is Christopher Proudfoot's stepsister. Only met once, presumably in the parking lot at Texas Roadhouse that night. the last night that anyone had any idea where Sebastian Rogers was. I don't think you tell a compelling story, Sheriff Craddock. It is such a it is so crazy, Castle. It is so crazy. This is when you put it all together, you write out a map so that you can understand all the moving parts. Your jaw is just on the ground. It's just the most unlikely set of circumstances. It's crazy, truly. And then you have this Joker going on and saying, oh, my fear is Sebastian's going to run away and he's going to be screaming in fear. And nobody will know Sebastian's story. Okay, jackass. So when you went on Fox and Friends, rather than it being Katie and Seth, which is what it should have been, but maybe you guys lied to Fox and Friends as well. So for some reason, your ass is up there. It's not even your kid. And you lie. You give pictures of Sebastian when he's 12 years old. One of them when he was like 5. But Katie says, we're pleading for the public's help. Here's a photo of my child. Please help me find him. Katie, it would have been a good idea to show photographs of Sebastian at least when he was 14 or 15. Very, very strange. Very strange. All right. So I think the conversation with Clue was presented in a strange way, that she didn't know him, although they lived in a small town together. She didn't know him, but then they met because Sebastian went missing. And within weeks, she feels comfortable enough to joke with him in public that she shall be the next Mrs. Proudfoot. And she's got him coming up on her show, and he's showing up and acting a fool. And everybody's seen it. No reason to beat a dead horse, right? It's all been out there. But how exactly did Jay change her mind? Because Jay came out, she was doing these videos where she was showing the lights. And she was saying that if you zoom really close, you can see 3 people fighting. That these lights, I suppose, it was the garage of the Proudfeet, and you could see 3 people fighting, and that they were holding somebody down on the ground and beating them. I mean, I promise you, I'm not making this up. It sounds crazy because it was crazy. But gosh, I don't hear SF Investigates Steve-O calling Jay out. Why is that, Steve-O? Why haven't you made some terrible, awful, horrible statement on Twitter about the brawl that was happening in the Proudfoot garage that night? No? Well, this is about the time that you began to see Jay befriend Granny's Watching, and Granny's Watching is befriended by Cluminati and the Proudfoot gang, right? They're all this little, I got to be careful about using that word. They're all this little group of destined friends, predetermined friends, right? Strange family relations by marriage or being the child. Okay, how do I say this? Being the child of a woman who was one of Proudfoot's exes. Yeah. It's a crazy story. Okay. I swear I'm going to write a book about this because it's I don't even want to get bogged down in it. It's incredulous. It is. The story's crazy. It's a crazy story. So so there are Jay befriends Granny's Watching, and both, okay, I think so. Granny came out really, really hard in support of the Proudfeet, but I do believe that was because she hates Brittany J. Right? I think it was a means to an end. I don't think she had any passion about the story. I don't think she was particularly enamored of Sebastian or even Christopher or Katie for that matter. But I think that she is so focused on getting Brittany. I think she's so angry with Brittany that that became a tool, because Brittany really has been invested in this story, and she stands firmly on the side of Seth and Sebastian. And so to take the opposite side, join the Proudfoot Fan Club, that gave her ammunition to strike out at Brittany, right? I know this is weird. I know it's weird. I know. I understand. Jay also seemed to have picked up a little bit of trouble with Brittany around the same time, and she befriended Granny's Watching, and suddenly the whole beat down that happened in the Proudfoot garage, it was no more. It just quit being talked about. It's gone. The weird zoomed in and all that's over. It's not being talked about anymore. And now Jay is a card carrying member of the Christopher Proudfoot Fan Club, right? I think it was just a means to an end, getting views, getting people to watch her content. I kind of think that was part of it. And then Granny and Jay kind of started spending quite a bit of time talking with Clue and some others. And then, you know, the rest is history, I suppose, is how they say it. But there's another member of the Proudfoot card carrying fan club member, and that is Queen Bee. And Queen Bee is somebody that most of us in the true crime community, we know who she is. We know we're used to her stories. Incidentally, Queen Bee also hates Brittany J. Isn't that weird? It's very convenient, isn't it? It seems like that Jay, Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, they all rallied around Cluminati. Cluminati is having direct conversations with Christopher Proudfoot. He's coming on her channel. They're joking around about getting married, the whole 9 yards. And it's not that Clue cares anything at all about Brittany J. I don't think she at that time may not have even known who Brittany was. Maybe she did. I'm not sure. But it seemed like Queen and Jazz for Justice and Granny's Watching, that maybe they were so interested in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers because it was a way for them to make drama. It was a way for them to have drama, because drama sells. Drama gets a lot of views on YouTube. It just does. It always has, right? And so it seemed like with those three particularly that they didn't especially like Christopher Proudfoot, but they liked very much that they had some tool that they could attack Brittany with. And I think that's how it all kind of unfolded. So Queen Bee, turns out that for whatever reason, maybe Clue told Chris and Katie that Queen Bee was a friend and she had a large channel, and, you know, maybe that's what happened. But like anything, once Christopher Proudfoot started going on Queen Bee's channel, then the worm turned. So it's like, you'll also hear people say, oh, just talk to Chris. If you'll just talk to him, you'll see it so differently. Okay, did any of you geniuses stop to wonder if Christopher Proudfoot was manipulating you? Have you heard of gaslighting? Have you heard of charismatic individuals who say what they need, but they don't believe what they say? You hadn't heard any of that? That's a little surprising to me. It would seem to me that Christopher would go on to these channels. He's been on Granny's Watching as well, but go on these channels, schmooze, giggle, flirt. And then the creator said, oh, he's such a great guy. Oh my God, we just love Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris and Miss Katie, they're, come to think of it, I've never heard anybody call her Miss Katie, but he does get called Mr. Chris. Pretty weird. Mr. Chris and the woman that gave birth to Sebastian. Oh, we love Mr. Chris. He's just so sweet and funny and cute and got some money. And and that lady that gave birth to Sebastian. That once Chris goes on these channels and he starts his BS, he starts the manipulation, then I guess that's how they get their card for the Proudfoot Fan Club. So I thought it would be interesting to try to go back to the first show where we actually see Christopher Proudfoot with Queen Bee and her panel. It was kind of a game changer, really, because Clue seemed to already know Christopher Proudfoot. Clue and Cletus seemed they seemed like they were actually real friends with Christopher Proudfoot, but Queen Bee was not. You could definitely hear that she didn't know him, and so it's a little difficult for me to say. Hold on a second. It's a little difficult for me to say whether this was the first show or the other one where Christopher Proudfoot says, Sebastian will escape from his captors, yada, yada. But they were both within the same month. They're both 7 months ago. Okay. All right. So I think this is where it starts.
45
No.
I'd say, is this you, Chris? You back here?
Yeah, so if you want to know about that evidence, I can tell you about it because Seth told me about what it was.
Yeah, Seth, fill us in, man. Fill us in. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so this sounds like this was the first appearance Christopher Proudfoot made on Queen Bee's panel. Don't you think? Because she says, nice to meet you, right? So this one was first, and then within the week or so, the other one happened, where he's now very comfortable on panel and he's talking and he's saying, oh, well, my fear is that Sebastian will escape and nobody will know who he is. So, which was BS because their behavior did not match that. All right. So this is fair use. This is for education. And I am a certified teacher. This is for education and also as research, because I'm trying to put the timeline together, right? So I need to know, I need to cover this so that, and I've got my little notebook beside me. I'm approaching this in a responsible, sober manner. But let's see, this is the moment that Chris joins. And of course, he's all filled with pride and strutting around like a peacock. Oh, well, I can help you with that evidence, little lady. Okay, so let's see what happens.
Likewise, Queen.
And
So,
thank you and Katie for your service.
Oh, it's because you're worth it.
Oh,
Here for
Thank
you
you.
guys.
oh my
Support you
God.
in it.
Oh my God. I can't take it. Ugh. Ugh. Anybody else just gag? Anybody gag? God. You know, that's the mark of a manipulator. Yes, it is true. People say, you see someone in uniform in the airport, for example, you say, thank you for your service. Somebody does a speech and you find out they were in the military, you say, thank you for your service. That's a position of honor in our society to have, having served your country, correct? I've been in the airport before and like was getting food or something, and one of the soldiers would be returning home, and I would say, you know, I'm going to pay for their meal, right? You're showing honor to people that gave their life for our country. But when you are going up on a panel, because there's a 15-year-old boy that's been missing for a couple of months, and no one has a clue where he ended up or if he's even alive. And someone says, oh, by the way, let me blow smoke up your ass for one moment. Thank you both for your service. Okay, I appreciate that you want to show that respect, but I kind of think Sebastian going missing is a lot more important than telling someone who's been out of the military for 10 years that you appreciate their service. I'm not saying it was completely inappropriate, but it was the response that Chris had. He responded like an arrogant ass. Listen to his response. This is a man in grief. This is a man that's scared that Sebastian is going to escape from the kidnappers and he's going to run away screaming in fear. And when he finds someone to help him, they're going to return him back to the kidnappers because they don't know who he is. That's Christopher's biggest fear. And yet when somebody says, oh, to hell with Sebastian, we don't want to talk about Sebastian. Let me just grovel before you, Mr. Chris. Thank you so much for your service. I mean, I think this is the person who actually established the founder of the Proudfoot Fan Club. She's it. It wasn't Queen Bee. She's not the original founder. It was this one said, oh, Mr. Chris, I bow before you, sir. Thank you for your service. Okay, now we can talk about Sebastian. Be quiet. This was about Sebastian. It would have actually shown a great deal of respect and dignity if you had focused on talking about Sebastian. But listen to his answer.
Likewise, Queen.
And
So,
thank you and Katie for your service.
Oh, it's because you're worth it.
Yeah. Ugh. Just hearing it, my skin crawls. Oh, well, that's because you're worth it. Now, it is entirely possible Cheesy Wheezy hadn't have a conversation with a man in the past 15 years. I get that. That's okay. But why would he answer like that? Because he's manipulating. He's up there to collect members for the Proudfoot Fan Club. He's got to get people on his side because at this point in history, everyone is on the Seth Rogers bandwagon. Everyone is saying this is a good, decent man who loves his son and is in horrible disbelief that his child is missing. And everyone was firmly in support of Seth. Everyone. But at this particular point, when this live happened, Mr. Chrissy Wissy, he was on the first leg of the Proudfoot Reputation Rehabilitation podcast tour. So she says, Cheesy Wheezy, says, oh, sir, thank you for your service. And he says, and you can hear him laughing at her. He's laughing at her. Oh, that's because you're worth it. Shut up, Chris. You know, really, shut up. It's bizarre.
We're here for
Thank
you
you.
guys. We support you in everything that you're doing. We support you and stand with you.
Well, thank
Yeah.
Calm down, Ange. It's all right. Calm down.
But the evidence that Seth and had mentioned that they had and stuff was there was apparently a black sweatshirt that said Yellowstone on it that they found in some woods or something. They said there was a blanket that they found and things of that nature. They tried to turn it in to law enforcement and
Okay, so you geniuses want to believe that Sebastian left the home in the middle of the night, no shoes on, but he did carry his trusty Blues Clues flashlight, took no snacks, even though he was a problem eater, according to Mr. Chris, but he somehow stole a blanket from some old lady's clothesline in the middle of the night and is now sleeping in the woods? That's what you guys think happened? Okay.
law enforcement asked them where they found it. And when they gave them the information about it, they were kind of like, okay. Doesn't really kind of fit the area where they were looking. But when he was trying to make a point of it, I said, well, why don't you just do a DNA test? Swab your cheek and swab the material and submit it in and find out what it is. And if it's nothing, you can throw it away. I don't know where they went with it, but that's basically what it is. They said they found a blanket. They found a sweatshirt, but who knows? The stuff with Terry Lynn, allegedly, from what we understood, law enforcement, she called them. They came to the scene, looked at it. Apparently it's nothing from what we were told.
Now, just several weeks ago, okay, I got to keep you updated here. So you clearly hear Christopher Proudfoot saying it was a big old fat nothing burger. He's saying it close within days of when this event happened, right? So our memory is most accurate immediately following an experience. So you would say, well, he's got a good memory because it had only recently happened and the cops disregarded it. They didn't believe it was anything, correct? Well, recently, within the last month, Cluminati goes on her channel and says, oh yeah, it was real. The pants, they were definitely Sebastian's. The pants were definitely Sebastian's, but they were a size too small. So Terry Lynn planted them. She planted them. And those glasses, those were Sebastian's too. Law enforcement told me, we know it to be true. They are saying that on Cluminati's channel a month or so ago. I played the clips on my channel. So what are we going to believe? Christopher Proudfoot in the days immediately following the cops coming out and saying this is not related to Sebastian Rogers, then, or are we going to believe the family buddy, the future Mrs. Proudfoot, on her channel a month ago saying, oh yeah, they were Sebastian's pants. They were. And Katie got all of Sebastian's clothes and drove up to Goodwill and donated his clothes at Goodwill. Sure did. Yep. Cluminati put that out on her channel a month or so ago, people.
So I don't know. But
Oh, I'm sorry, but hanging out in a parking lot at 3 o'clock in the morning in the rain, talking on your live stream is not searching for Sebastian to me. It just is not. And that's what she.
Okay. And so this, I believe this was the first step in the Proudfoot Reputation Rehabilitation podcast tour. This comment that Clue makes against Seth, this is the first step turning people away from Seth. The one person who actually gave a damn that Sebastian was missing. I'm telling you guys, this was coordinated and it feels as if it were planned.
She was doing all fucking morning.
well, yeah. Well, I just don't know how people stream for 10 hours straight.
Oh, well, you better talk to your girl, the future Mrs. Proudfoot, because she is a master streamer.
What she's been doing for 25 days.
These tragedy pants. That's what I said. She's tragedy pimping right now, building her channel, getting clicks and views, and it's disgusting.
Oh, okay, so she's tragedy pimping, huh? Terry Lynn, it's tragedy pimping. Let's talk about the real tragedy pimps, okay? I ask you just to use logic. You don't have to agree with me or believe in what I'm saying. I'm just asking you to think about it in a certain way. Why do you think that Clue is taking all these phone calls from Christopher Proudfoot, having him up on her channel, talking about how she's going to be the future Mrs. Proudfoot? Why would she do that? She's making money, right? Why would Jays for Justice, why would she blow up the lights and claim that that's the Proudfoot garage, and she can see 3 people doing a beat down on someone that's on the floor, the garage of the floor? And then when she befriends Cluminati and Granny's Watching, people that are hosting Christopher Proudfoot, she definitely changes her direction. She's tapping into their viewership, right? So she's going to continue to stand, hey, something bad happened at the Proudfoot home. How's she going to get the views of her new friends? She's not going to be able to do that. So she has to change the line of her position to be one that is anti-Seth. She has to stop talking about the beatdown that happened in the Proudfoot garage so that Queen Bee's subscribers, Cluminati's subscribers, Granny's Watching subscribers, so that they will go, oh, we just love Jay, and then go subscribe to her. I'm not saying that she harmed anyone. I'm just saying Queen Bee is the one who came out and said, oh, the grifters growing their channels, the grifters. I don't know. Seems like to me, Ms. B, you might want to take a mirror out and study your own behavior. Or ask Granny's Watching, Jays for Justice, the others that are members of the Proudfoot Fan Club, haven't they parlayed their attention into money and subscribers? Haven't they bragged on Christopher Proudfoot, fake false laughter, words of adoration for service to country? Why did you guys do that? Well, you know why you did it.
It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it is actually.
Well, I mean, it's a twofold deal. It is disgusting on that, but it does keep his name out there, unfortunately. I heard there's a lot of folks pulling back, so.
Okay, I got to remind you guys this. You may not have ever known this. He says, he sounds so logical, right? He does. He sounds, in this so far, he sounds like someone who really is interested in the safety of Sebastian, right? He says, oh, we've been hearing that people have been pulling back. Okay, well, I wonder why that might be, Christopher. Could it be the death threats for the people who are feet on the ground actually searching? What about when people came onto my channel and ordered me to stop talking about Sebastian Rogers, that I was not allowed to make money off of Sebastian's name? What about that? Because I know who that was that did that. You seem to talk out of both sides of your mouth, sir.
Yeah.
Well, and I will say in regards to Terry Lynn, like I will give her credit all day because I have seen her walking through the woods. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like, it is that catch-22, right? Like, are you doing it because you really want to find him, or are you doing it because you know this will make you have a lot of views?
Exactly.
And then it's like if she does come across him or does find him, it's on a live stream. It's going to be on a fucking live stream for forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like that Fox and Friends clip, Queen Bee. You know, it's a catch-22. You want people talking about him so you can get his picture out there so people will remember him. Except your girl, Katie, went on Fox and Friends, a national morning show, and provided photographs that looked nothing like Sebastian. How do you guys balance that? How do you make sense of that? Or do you just slobber and listen to Christopher's words and just go, yeah. Whatever he says, you buy into 100%. But none of you stop to ask yourself, okay, is Christopher or Katie's, are their words congruent to their behavior? When they say these things, are their actions reflecting the sentiment of what they've said? And I don't think you are. I don't think you are a bit, because this was not a difficult live to put together.
No, it won't be on there forever.
Well, I mean, but I'm saying the internet's forever,
But you'll never be able to
get it down. But you know what I mean? It just sucks that people do that kind of shit. And it's just if you're doing, if you're going to search, then actually search,
True.
Take it serious. That's how I got to say. I think it's great that people are searching, but I think they should take it serious,
Right.
And I don't know.
You're suggesting that these people that were out there traipsing through the woods all day, all night, rain, cold, you're suggesting, Queen Bee, that they weren't taking it seriously, and yet you're just sitting at home making lives, making money. That's all you're doing. But the people that are actually out there doing the work, you're somehow suggesting that it's all a big show to grow their YouTube channel. And you don't stop for a moment to look at Cluminati, the future Mrs. Proudfoot, and just think, okay, this is wildly odd and inappropriate and just creepy.
I don't know. It's like I said, it is a twofold game. It sucks that there is such negativity out there.
Right.
And that's never, and it should never be the result that somebody's looking for. It never should be. Bashing, negativity, none of it. It should be drawing everything right back to the sole purpose. Sebastian is missing. We need to bring our son home.
And that is why you called Trish, the Web Sleuths, one of the most absolutely well-respected true crime channels out there. Christopher Proudfoot, you literally called them web sluts. You did. You totally did. What do you mean? It should never be. The bashing, the hate should never happen. Oh, but only if you get to do it? I mean, you threaten the life of women, PIs. You threaten their lives.
Yes, sir.
Well, unfortunately, it's kind of a playbook with these people. It's really a playbook. They do that with a lot of cases. They start bashing innocent people because it brings them views, and that's how it goes. They've done it many times in many different cases. You can go back, Dylan Rounds, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney.
So, Little B Tim, I don't know what you're talking about, but I just would like to point out, you guys have been the absolute most disgusting in the description of the only person who cares that Sebastian is gone. You got your group, the Proudfoot Fan Club. So I don't know what the hell you're babbling about. It's crazy to listen to.
Summer Wells. It's like cases. Aiden caught up to social media. Most of your
person.
Blah, blah, blah.
So is my wife, and so is Seth. We're all grieving in our own ways. Trust me, it's every day is a struggle. You wake up,
Yeah.
and until these folks have to endure something to this magnitude, they will never truly understand. Never.
No.
You know, I mean, if they were doxxed, although I don't understand doxing, but
Oh,
where they put out
sure
all
you
their
do.
information.
You were doxxed. Yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah. Oh
You
yeah.
were absolutely
Myself, Katie, my family's been doxxed. Like, but if they start doxing these folks and blasting their information, and no,
What? Did you guys hear that? Now, Sebastian Rogers is a news story. He's a human being. He's a valuable person. But as a concept, he's a news story. He's on Fox and Friends. He's in the newspaper. Daily Mail is giving him front page articles. It's hard to dox someone when you have the newspaper writing up about you the details of your life. You know what I mean? But this man literally just called on Queen Bee's panel for people to start doxing subscribers, for them to dox other creators. That if you don't like what they're saying about what happened with Sebastian Rogers, that you should punish them, put them in danger, dox them, because that's only right. You see, this is a man who navigates human experience, relationships, interactions through fear and violence. That's his philosophy. You want people to act a certain way? Be sure you frighten them. He literally threatened one of the PIs because he was angry that factual information was released. Not that this PI released it, just that it was released in general. And he threatened to kill her. He said, and I quote, "Unless you find a way to put this story back into the bottle." Oh, okay. So you tell this woman you're going to kill her if she doesn't erase the story from the minds of human beings? This is how he operates. So Sebastian is regressing. He's having some accidents because that is an anxious distress. It's an anxiety formation. So he says, "Okay, you bring me your belt. I'm going to hit you again." He's screaming at him, calling him names because he's having a breakdown in behavior from stress. Christopher Proudfoot ramps up the stress, making it worse. To the point that Sebastian is getting hit and beat and called horrible names. And he's going to school and he's asking the teachers for help. And they're making the calls. They're calling CPS. Christopher Proudfoot has told us who he is. He has shown us who he is. Why would anyone, Sheriff Craddock, why would any single person have any reason to believe that Sebastian or Katie is safe with Christopher Proudfoot after what he has said to us, what he has shown us through his own behavior on many, many podcasts? Why? He believes that it is his right to threaten people, to scare people. He believes that's okay. And he seems to think that's the only way to get compliance with whatever he thinks is a good idea. But you know, when he talks about things like child rearing and he talks about things like marriage, he sounds more like that preacher that I played the other night that was such a terrifying man. And yet the way Christopher talks was really consistent with the way that man spoke. And that was before I found out that this church that he goes to is like a fundamentalist type church. I didn't know that at the time. It's really sad.
Oh, I'm not by any means am I saying do this. I'm not
No.
I'm not about this. But if it happened to them and then it starts causing more problems and chaos, and you get to the point where going in public is sketchy at best, because you're going to have people staring at you. You're going to have people that won't even be near you. I mean, and it's sad because it's like, you know the truth. You know there's things that you know that can't be said, and you just wait and you wait and you wait, and eventually.
So this was something that he started doing when he did the rehabilitation of the Proudfoot Reputation Tour. He started making these cryptic statements, right? Oh, well, if you only knew the truth. But law enforcement won't let me tell that. Well, do y'all know that the investigator, Carter, has now come out and said, no, law enforcement has no ability to tell people what they can or cannot talk about. We don't do that. He said it. It was written on letterhead with an official signature. No, we, the cops, do not tell people, don't talk about that. We can't do that. In fact, you know what? The cops, they want people talking. The more you talk, the happier they are. So, again, I ask you, where does Christopher Proudfoot have this hubris that gives you the impression that he feels very safe, that he can not only lie about himself and Katie, but he can lie about the cops? He can lie about the sheriff's department? He doesn't seem to have any fear at all that he could be in trouble for lying about the police.
Actually, one of two things is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get an answer, and we're going to move forward. Or two, we're going to be right in that same pool with Summer Wells and the rest of the families that years go by and we have no answers, and we have to endure every aspect from day one. Will continue until there's an answer.
Yeah. But you know what, my thing is that, even though people might not like you, I think that's my problem is that one is a feeling and one is not fact. Like, to accuse someone of being a murderer or...
Okay, B. Tim, I know you like to hear yourself talk, buddy, but what the hell are you talking about? There is plenty of behavior, words. There's a lot out there that Proudfoot owns proudly, where he is threatening, he is violent, he has no care for Sebastian whatsoever, taking his pets, setting unrealistic expectations for Sebastian. So, B. Tim, you don't have any idea what you're talking about. You just want to hear yourself talk. You are lapping up to Christopher Proudfoot. I don't know. Maybe you're hoping that you get to be Mrs. Proudfoot number 6. I don't know.
Or anything without any facts and just basic pure on emotions is...
I can't even listen.
The mother to his son, and he will have to air out something else. And that conversation would be something between me, him, and Katie. A conversation him. Upset with him. I didn't say that.
Right.
What
Right.
I said is I'm not bashing him.
Yeah.
When Seth is ready to sit down and have a conversation, and that conversation would be something between me, him, and Katie, and nobody else.
You know what I find so interesting about the arrogance in this moment, where he's talking about he has to have a sit down with he and Seth and Katie. I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning of this live. He doesn't seem to have any recognition that Sebastian is not his child. And he can blow smoke and say, oh, but it's a child and everyone. No, wrong. It is Seth and Katie's child. And in fact, it would be most appropriate, Christopher Proudfoot, if you would butt out and let Seth and Katie start making the decisions. That'd be really helpful, because you have made some really big missteps.
Then that conversation, we will have to air out some indifferences.
Mhm.
But I will say this, the likely odds of him and Katie sitting down, I don't see that possibly happening, honestly, just because she is a mom, the mother to his son. And I just don't know. I just don't see it happening.
You know, I used to look at this and I used to think, okay, so maybe he's like, maybe he thinks he's being protective of Katie. Maybe, you know, maybe he's plausible deniability on Katie's part. So he does all the talking. She doesn't get revealed to be a liar. I kind of thought that was what it was, right? And then now I've gone back working through this timeline and whatnot. And now I'm going, no, you know, I think it's just jealousy. I think he's controlling every move that Katie is making. I think that's why she had to go to Yogi Bear Campground, because he wasn't going to leave her alone, because she might actually end up having a conversation with Seth. And he can't have that because he doesn't want to run the risk of Katie and Seth bonding over their grief for their lost son. So he's making big mistakes because he's reacting with a jealous heart. He's reacting as a controlling person rather than thinking about human nature. Because I'm telling you, her going off to the campground, Sebastian being gone a few weeks, if that didn't scream, we know Sebastian's never returning home again, I don't know what would, truly. But watching the Fox and Friends interview, going back through all these interviews again, these podcasts, no, she doesn't get to talk because he won't let her talk. He won't let her talk.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of had that impression that it was kind of you and Seth did most of the talking, I think, because it felt like to me, rather than him and Katie, because but I could be wrong.
Yeah, cheesy. But you probably are wrong. Jeez, this group of people is crazy. It's
notice everybody. I want everybody in the learn attack.
No, I'm not going to
The
listen to
worst
cheesy
moment of their life. They're in turmoil. They're in peril. How do you expect that you're going to be able to see their best side? We don't. And then they're being attacked.
Hey, look. You know what? Seth has shown himself to be in control. Seth had one moment, one breakdown, one. How many times did Mr. Chris let us know why Sebastian feared him? It's Christopher's norm to be an aggressive asshole. This is just who he is. He's proud of it. He says it. I'm brash. I'm bold. He says it. Seth has been able to be under control. Gabby Petito's family was under control. Shanann Watts' mom and dad, absolute lovely people, even as they grieved not just the loss of their darling daughter, but their grandbabies. So what in the hell would make you make excuses for this jackass, this abusive jackass? What would make you do that? Why is his approval so important to you?
Like every person in the audience has a torch and a pitchfork, and they're, kill the beast, kill the beast.
Well, now that you mentioned
And you have-
it, that's an interesting saying there. And what is this about? Is this about you trying to reveal yourself to be smarter than the rest of the entire nation? Is that what this is about? You think if you say, "Oh, everybody's got a pitchfork, kill the beast, Can I remind you of Grok and the question, "Hey, Grok, who do you think took Sebastian?" And because of all the posts, the whole world talking about Sebastian, saying Christopher seems to have done it, Grok says, "Oh, I think Christopher Proudfoot did it." So give up the charade of, I want to appear to be so much smarter than all these people that feel uncomfortable with the Proudfoot's story. Stop the charade. Try to be logical. There is, in fact, evidence. It's everywhere. Because there is, in fact, a 15-year-old boy that's missing. And you would think, if nothing else, you would be more worried about that 15-year-old kid than worrying about being Mrs. Proudfoot number 6.
I haven't heard what the beast has to say.
Somebody's got feedback. Somebody didn't pause their YouTube. Chris, did you pause YouTube when you came up?
I'm on internet. I don't think I'm on YouTube.
Where you click the link. So I just didn't know if it,
It went in that way.
It's already gone now, so I don't even hear it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it started.
And so I kind of thought about this before. Like Dolly flew a drone over my house, and when I wasn't YouTube thing, tit-tat back and forth with these guys. I don't need to record conversations with people. I don't need to find a way to blackmail or use something or twist words. I don't have to. But I'm perfectly okay to sit down and have a one-on-one conversation with somebody and hear their side of how they feel and what they think, as to the respect if you're going to be willing to do the same for me. If you can't, then I have no desire to talk to people.
I don't think you're being honest there, because when people have attempted to be honest and tell you what they're thinking and why, you fly off the handle and scream and yell and call them filthy names. That's your norm, not the exception. But you're trying to rehabilitate your reputation. This was the first stop on the Proudfoot Reputation Rehabilitation Tour. And so you want to gaslight everyone. You're being schmoozy and charming. Like, they say that, like, if you read about narcissists and how they operate, one of the things they say is they can be really charming in the beginning before you really get to know them. So the way you're talking right now, "Oh, well, we can have a one-on-one conversation and I'll hear you out and you can hear me out." It sounds more like gaslighting. It sounds more like you sort of schmoozing, misrepresenting the real situation. And in fact, in the months after this, we really begin to see that come out. If anyone says anything, you come up with the most ridiculous comments. You either outright call them web sluts or worse, you threaten them with bodily harm or worse, or you come up with stupid things like, "Oh, that's a HIPAA problem. I'm not going to be able to talk about that. Law enforcement, in fact, told me not to talk about this, and I can't talk about that. And I took a polygraph, but I didn't." You're just shallow. The things that you have said that others, these 5 people listen to and they say, oh, look how charming he is. Christopher has charisma. But is it authentic or is it shallow and likely to change according to the mood that you're in?
Mhm.
You know,
Well,
I mean,
Well, personally, I think Dolly's just doing it for money. He just, that's his
That
whole
was
thing. He
so
doesn't,
brilliant.
you know what I mean? I honestly think he just does it for
Ooh,
money.
how long did
And
that
it's just
take
like,
you to come up with that?
you see my
Jim?
truck, you see my trailer. I go to work, I come back, go to my trailer. Ooh, exciting life. Look out, everyone.
Right. And you do it the opposite schedule as everybody else.
yeah.
I do now, but before I was on days. Now I'm on nights. And it's okay.
Oh.
I mean,
Sometimes,
He's laughing. You remember the preacher? You remember the video? I had a reason for playing that. You remember how he's talking about beating an infant? Grab his leg, hold it there, and whop, let him have it. An infant? A baby? And then what did the preacher do? Laughed. He laughed. If I'd been on that panel, I would have said, you know what? I'm a little confused. Why are you laughing? Like, what about this situation is funny on any level? Even a facetious laugh, it seems so fake and ill-placed. Like, why did you laugh about that? It was nothing. There was nothing to laugh about.
clean your truck too. I mean, that might be
Yeah.
a thing too.
I mean, woo, truck got a bath today. Look out.
Oh, listen.
Yeah, I
More
find,
laughter. Why? What's so funny about that? That you're not responsible for the 15-year-old going missing from your house in the middle of the night because you washed your truck? I'm so clever. No, you sound like a psychopath. You sound like a crazy man. You sound like the preacher that I played the other night. And it is very chilling.
it just, the problem with me with that is like these people.
Yeah, you know what, B. Tim? I don't care what your problem is because you have no idea what you're talking about most of the time.
Throw your darts, whatever you want to do. Because at the end of the day, I know the truth. Law enforcement knows the truth. Katie and Seth know the truth.
Well, now
And
that
I really
is
don't.
interesting, isn't it? I know the truth. Law enforcement knows the truth. I mean, that's kind of how we started this live, Christopher. What the hell has law enforcement done that makes you so confident to bullshit on a public platform about what law enforcement has said? You just say, oh, law enforcement not to talk about that, told me not to talk about that. And yet we have the investigator himself who has come out and said, we don't tell people not to talk. In fact, and he didn't say this, I'm telling you this. Here's a secret, folks. Law enforcement wants you to talk. Who knows that? So we got a ton of people in here. I just want to know if you believe that law enforcement during an investigation, law enforcement is just waiting for you to talk. In fact, they will do anything they can to make talking comfortable for you. And it doesn't matter what the platform is. They just want you talking your ass off, right? If you believe that, put a 1. If you believe that law enforcement has told Christopher Proudfoot, oh, Chris, we don't think you should talk about this. I think this is something you should keep secret. If you believe that law enforcement told that to Christopher Proudfoot, put a 2. I'm just curious because the truth is law enforcement is praying that you don't ask for an attorney and that you keep on running your mouth like Sarah Boone. Did you notice those two investigators? Sarah Boone talking, they just sat back in their chairs. They just sat there nodding. Oh, really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, tell me more about that. Oh, yeah. Oh, what about this part? Yeah. And then what did you do? Oh, okay. Well, what is that when you said that? Oh, yeah. Hey, could I bring you a Diet Coke? Maybe a hamburger? I wouldn't want you to get weak. We got so much to talk about. Oh, I would just love a hamburger and Diet Coke. I could just tell you so much about my life. Law enforcement wants you talking. They want you talking. They want you talking. No law enforcement is going to say, ooh, we don't want you talking about that part. It's really incredible. Really.
Don't owe anybody anything other than my wife, my kids, and my family. And the good man upstairs. That's the only people I owe anything to.
Exactly.
It's not right that during your darkest hour you're thrust into the public spotlight.
Oh my God.
It's not right. It's not fair. It's not just.
Oh my God.
There's no part of it that says that it's okay to do.
Oh my God. He willingly made the tours of the podcast. Do you know that, right? Because you're smart. You're not a dumb woman. You're a smart woman. This was what he wanted because he believes that he is smarter than everyone else and that he is going to be able to charm anyone that he talks to. He believed that. And I believe that he was in a total state of shock when people did not just fall over and believe anything that Christopher Proudfoot said. I mean, to be fair, he did get away with telling CPS that Seth was not in Sebastian's life and they didn't know where he was. And so he never got notified of all of those investigations. To be fair, I think Christopher Proudfoot must be pretty damn good at manipulating people. But boy, how did he behave when people did not fall over with their feet up in the air? How did he behave? He was a ranting, screaming maniac.
One of your comments, somebody asked about contacting truck stops. Yes, we have reached out to the Loves, the Pilots, the Flying J's, the Petros, American Travel, trucking companies, Truckers Against Trafficking, to try to get them to put flyers out and continuously keep an eye open. And a lot of them have done it. A lot of them are amazing.
Now, this is a special kind of manipulation, special kind of gaslighting, if you will. It's not exactly gaslighting, but it falls under that same kind of thing. Notice how when he goes through this list of all that they have reached out to, I'm going to be quiet for a minute.
That it's okay to do.
One of your comments, somebody asked about contacting truck stops. Yes, we have reached out to the Loves, the Pilots, the Flying J's, the Petros, American Travel.
So what he's doing, he's giving you all of these big, easily recognizable brands, right? Like big companies, trusted companies, well-respected companies. Like if my husband and I are on a road trip, I'm not just going to say, hey, stop at any place. I need to go to the restroom. I'm going to say something like, let's try to find like a Love's or a Buc-ee's, something that is known for quality, being clean, being safe, right? So he's calling out these brands that have your trust, these brands that, are well known, because if you trust them and they're going to help Chris and Katie, then that means by default you have to trust Chris and Katie. Now, it's not true. It's nonsense. It's just manipulation. but he's using it.
Trucking companies, Truckers Against Trafficking, to try to get them to put flyers out and continuously keep an eye open. And a lot of them have done.
So it'd be very interesting to start reaching out to these organizations that he's named, Truckers Against Trafficking, to say, hey, are you working on the Sebastian Rogers case? Have you done anything on behalf of Sebastian Rogers? Don't you think that would be interesting to get the answer?
Done it. A lot of
Some people may have already done that.
them are amazing to help.
We need to get magnets made so that the truckers can display it on the back of their trucks. They make a little square magnet that can go on that has, it's like the missing flyer, and it can be printed on a magnetic, and it can go right on the back of the truck, and we can get them to truck stops.
The big question, Ange, is this. What photograph do you think Christopher and Katie will want to put on your brilliant idea of the magnet? I think it's a super idea. In fact, if my kid was gone missing, I would make a big giant magnet and have it on all my cars. I think it's an absolutely great idea. The problem is this, Ange. The photographs that they're putting on the missing flyers have Sebastian when he was like 12. And we know what Sebastian looked like the night that he went missing. He looked like that. So are we going to use the real photograph of Sebastian? Or are we going to use the one where he's like a cute little 5-year-old with his mommy who's still wearing braces? Which one is it going to be, Ange? It's a great idea. But I'm a little confused on the photographs. The photographs they used when they went on Fox and Friends didn't look anything like the young man that ate his last meal at Texas Roadhouse. So, I'm sorry if I don't get all choked up about this. It's time to talk about reality.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea. I don't know who would make or where to go and get a quote for the cost of that, but
A lot of times you can take it into like FedEx, Kinko's, any of the printing places. You can buy the magnetic sheets, look on Amazon, and then they run through like an inkjet printer. But that might be something that a bunch of us could get together and try to do.
oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, whatever we can do, let me know and try to get on it.
Well, he's laughing again. What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. What's he laughing about? It's a great idea. Why? Like all you're thinking about is money, but you're the one who told some of us that we weren't allowed to talk about Sebastian, or if we did, we weren't allowed to monetize those videos. You're the one that said it. Golly, just imagine, Proudfoot. If people were monetizing, they were covering the story, and then they were using that money to buy the magnets that you clearly didn't want to buy, because first thing you said is, oh, we got to see what that's going to cost. God, you're so good.
I mean, I really would love to find a way to, with the help of everybody, to try to form an event.
Okay, now he's got to. So Ange had an idea that is very practical. It's very practical to do the magnets. It's effective. It works, right? He is probably realizing that he balked at the idea based on money, based on cost, right? So now he's going to have to try to do bigger, something that people will go, oh, that Chris is such a good guy. Man, that Chris is such a good guy. So he's got to come up with something that's going to sound even bigger than what Ange just suggested. This is going to be something that's improbable. It's going to be something that's really abstract and something that's not real. something that would take months or even years of planning and marketing. He's going to suggest something that's going to sound like really, really big and amazing because that's kind of what narcissists will do. But the practicality of it being useful for finding one boy, Sebastian. Listen to what he's about to say.
And it wouldn't necessarily be strictly Sebastian.
Why not? Why the hell not? Proudfoot. Okay, see, now I'm triggered. Whew. You see, Christopher Proudfoot, you said in the search for Riley Strain, I just cannot imagine how his mom and dad feel. Why not? Your child was missing. How did you feel? He said, oh, he's 6'7", handsome kid. I just can't imagine how those parents feel. Why? You had a child missing at exactly the same time. How did you feel about Sebastian going missing? So he's showing interest and empathy and concern for another missing person while his own family member is missing. And now he says the most incredible thing. Angie's saying, we could really do this thing with the magnets. It's a good idea. She even knows how to do it. And he counters with, we need to invent an organization not just for Sebastian. What are you talking about? Sebastian's been gone a couple of months at this point, weeks. Not just Sebastian? What? Katie, are you listening to your husband? Like, these women may not be, but are you? Are you listening to his verbiage? The things he's saying? I mean, he talks about Sebastian like Sebastian's been gone 5 years.
It's got to be all these missing children and pull it together and try to get everybody to be bringing awareness, finding a way to fundraise, crowd surf, money, whatever.
What is he babbling about? Here's what you can start with, Christopher Proudfoot. Start with an accurate photograph of one missing kid. And all your bullshit, pie in the sky crap about starting the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Oopsie, already been done, Christopher. You see, Chris, you may think that people are believing you, but I know they're not.
Ever to
Amen.
a way to make it noticeable. If there's a way to blanket every single state across the country with billboards, with rotating, with like, have you seen us? And it's pictures of children that have been missing. You know, please contact, it doesn't matter what law enforcement, just contact law enforcement and provide a number, or the National Center for Missing Children.
Yep.
You know, pop their number, like, and just keeping all these faces fresh. Because I mean,
meanwhile, back at the ranch, Sebastian at this point has been gone weeks. What is he talking about? Keep his face fresh. They didn't even put out the right pictures. What's he talking about? Are you beginning to hear and notice a snow job?
Summer Wells is now, she would be 8 years old.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know what the young lady looked like. I don't, and I'm being honest.
No, you're not. That was an absolutely dishonest statement. You chose one of the biggest missing persons case in the history of true crime on YouTube. You chose the one case that everyone has heard of. You knew exactly what she looked like because you were active when she went missing on the true crime community. Just like Barry Morphew, you too, Christopher, have followed these true crime cases?
Her case, because I remember it was a few days before, a few days after Sebastian. TBI had just released a sketch that projected what she would have looked like at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that, I was like, man, that sucks. And then Sebastian's situation. So it's like, you question, like, how do they deal with this? Well, now we've learned firsthand. And there's not enough resources
No,
out there, period. And if there's a way to bring awareness to that, I mean, that would be phenomenal. I don't know what to call it, how to do it, but it's an idea.
Going on Fox and Friends with an accurate photograph is all you needed to do. You sitting here on panel with these clueless people talking about forming foundations for all children, not just Sebastian, something to keep it fresh within weeks of Sebastian going missing. You are blowing smoke up their behinds. You know it, and now you know that I know it, and that means a lot of other people know it, Christopher.
I like the way you think, Chris.
Oh my God.
So
Do you hear them laughing at you? Did you hear that? Did you hear Katie in the background laughing? They literally, Ange, they just laughed at you. Literally. Wow.
resources
Just
out there,
listen in
period.
the background.
And if there's a way to bring awareness to that, I mean, that would be phenomenal. I don't know what to call it, how to do it, but it's an idea.
I like the way you think, Chris.
So
Did y'all hear that? Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. And I really hope that, okay, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. I should say it. I should, but I'm not. I'm going to show some self-restraint, and I'm not going to say it. I do want to say this. These are my opinions only. This is Wild Speculation Friday night. I am doing a reaction to the things being said here, the conversations on this channel. And I find some of this discussion to be very difficult to listen to because it lacks depth, in my opinion. Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Seth Rogers, all presumed innocent in the eyes of the law. I'm just reacting to what these 6 people are talking about.
I don't know. Parents that raised me right, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm about to get in trouble again. Did he sincerely say that? Really? Did he I'm going to be quiet.
Yeah, it sounds like you're a very good guy. You're better than me. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of like a little saddened that you have to go through this BS, to be honest with you. Because having a conversation with you, you sound like a very nice guy.
So
And
much. Look, he's so different than what he sounds like.
I'm not
sounded
saying
like
it.
on
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just so fucking defensive. And Clemente, thank you for being up here too. I know I'm sure it's probably makes Chris a little more comfortable with people he knows up here. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you staying up here and hanging out for a little bit.
I think Chris is probably comfortable anywhere that people aren't just raging at him.
Well, yeah, as I said, but I mean, you guys have been pretty, you and your husband have been pretty fucking fair, and I appreciate that because not very many people are, as you see.
Yeah.
We just want to treat people like we would want to be treated. And I mean, in fairness, we were, we were just as damn guilty as everybody else in the beginning, right? And once we realized the error in our ways, we're just about being fair. You can always do the right thing. It's never too late to do the right
Well,
thing.
you know what? That's right, because you don't know until you know. You know what I'm saying? And then once you figure it out, you're like, God damn, man, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's good.
Well, I mean, and I said this before. I think if some of these, a good proportion, a lot of these creators of their pages would stop and just go back to what made them want to do this, what made them want to create their page. There had to be a passion. There had to be something that said, you know what, I'm gonna start a page to want to help or to do something. And being realistic and honest is the only thing that you should do. Like if it was for money, okay, cool. So you do it for money, but can you do it for money in a positive way where you don't have to drive wedges in narratives that are completely oblivious to the situation just to
Yeah.
make a click or a dollar? I don't know how that stuff works, to be honest with you. But
You're basically
sure
saying
you
like,
do,
you make money.
Chris.
You can still make money, but make it money, doing good basically, instead of trying to do, messed up things like flying drones over people's houses and
Well, B. Tim, now you're talking about a game of semantics. All right, buddy? You say, oh, if you're going to do it, make sure you're doing it for good. Because that makes you feel good. And you're a virtue signaler. You don't have to act virtuous or principled. You just got to talk like you're virtuous and principled. And then you feel all warm and fuzzy about yourself. I am of the camp that believes an abused 15-year-old boy standing up for him, speaking his truth that he tried desperately to get out there by asking teachers for help. I'm of the camp that standing up for that 15-year-old boy, that is virtuous. To sit back and drool about being Mrs. Proudfoot number 6, that, you see, is not working for good. It's just pathetic and weak and means absolutely nothing.
defaming people, innocent people, of accusing them of crimes, basically.
Unfortunately, the problem with that is that there are rules to it, but the rules haven't caught up to the damage that happens along with the exploitation.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really no right or wrong other than when the social collective norm comes together and says, all right, this is bad, stop it.
Well,
all right, there's so much happening on this page. You can't really see it because I've got Sebastian's current photograph up. What Sebastian actually looked like when he went missing. Oh, shoot. I disconnected the wrong thing. Hold on. Let me reconnect it. Which one is it? Yeah, that one right there. Sorry. Okay. Share. Okay. There's so much going on in this. Oh, you're still not seeing it. Why are you not seeing it? Shoot. That should have made it come up. Okay, why didn't it come up? Let me see. All right, there it is. There's so much going on right here. This part saying that, they've stumbled upon this word or this phrase, tragedy pimps. But I don't know that they're really sure about what that's supposed to mean. I think when they say tragedy pimps, they're only thinking about like very specific creators they don't like. But they themselves are tragedy pimping, right? According to what my gist of what tragedy pimping is, they're doing the same thing. They're making videos and they're monetizing. But listen, this is funny. They're like Granny's watching. She'll do videos where she's angry that people are talking about Sebastian Rogers and that is tragedy pimping. But she's monetizing as she talks about how bad it is to use Sebastian's name to make content. She's doing it too. It is really odd. And in the meantime, has any of these people stopped to really consider Sebastian was asking for help? 5 CPS investigations in less than 2 years, specifically for Sebastian, 2 more for Faith. he was asking for help. He was asking for help. They're not paying any attention to that. They never speak on that, ever.
I guess I have a stronger sense of wrong and right, I guess, when I say this, but at some point when you're a creator and you release a show or you're putting your name on it, regardless of all these little quirks that everybody likes to come out and says, well, this show is for entertainment, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
You think that's going to stop what could potentially happen to you? No, it doesn't. It
No.
really doesn't.
Well, that guy said,
Okay, so now he's going to do the only thing that he knows how to do. He has an idea, something he thinks is right, and then he uses anger, fear, intimidation, punishment to force other people to change and do what he thinks is right. He doesn't have an open mind on any level at all that what he's saying may actually be wrong. He doesn't have that awareness. He just wants to be scary. So he's now going to threaten people. He's basically saying you're going to be sued if you make any videos about Sebastian Rogers.
says that. We know who you're talking about. The guy says that because he thinks that will save him from a defamation lawsuit. No,
It does not.
It does not save you from a defamation lawsuit.
No, we're fully responsible as the creators. Anytime you click to go live, not only is there YouTube's terms of service, but if you use a third-party streaming app like Restream or StreamYard, you're also YouTube's terms of service.
I know.
No,
You all know so
it's-
much. You're all so smart.
Oh, really? Wow.
We've heard rumors. Not even sure if it actually does its job or if it gives you a skin infection, because we've heard rumors and of the like. It really does
Yeah.
their parents, and it has 3 more.
Your money to sue most of them, $30,000, $40,000, and most of these people are broke as a joke and don't have a pot to piss in. So you probably be wasting your money to sue most of these people.
Nor a window to throw it out, and if they do, it's probably their parents, and it has 3 mortgages and 4 liens. Again,
From Dolly.
if it does,
And she got some in the mail and saw it was filthy dirty around the packaging and everything. Yeah.
So gross.
Well,
So
you know, so I heard recently through the grapevine that he created a soap called Katie Come Clean.
Yes, he has it on his website.
He did.
And I would like to say, making any product that you're selling after related to a crime where someone is potentially kidnapped or dead is not virtuous. It's pretty low. It's pretty bad. I grapple with the thought of like a t-shirt that would have like the image of a missing person with, I mean, it still wouldn't be something I would be comfortable doing. I mean, I guess maybe if you did it and you didn't make any profit on it, that the cost of the shirt was simply the production cost, and that maybe it had just the photograph and then a phone number to call. You know, I could see that would be okay. But legitimately, how does making a soap called Come Clean, Katie, how does that aid or help in finding Sebastian? It feels kind of it's a terrible idea. A really, really bad idea.
Yeah, he's a sick bitch. That's what he is.
Oh,
Really doesn't.
he are considered out to put you under unnecessary what they're doing. It's a law enforcement and then push on it, Chris. That's the unfortunate thing.
But pushing a law enforcement to do that kind of thing
Correct.
is very, very unlikely. I mean, because one, what crime have they actually committed?
Correct. And that's the problem.
You know, I mean,
And he still has it on his website, by the way.
Yeah,
It's in the back.
so Dolly as well, and he asked, well, somebody screenshot it to me. I basically informed him that, you know, do not contact me or my wife again, you or Jimmy Williams, aka Dolly Vision. Like, it's simple. If you want to know my information, I can find your information just as quick and easy. But the only difference between you
okay. So that was a threat. right? If you can find my information, I can find your information just as easily. He's throwing out a threat. I had a creator that did that to me on her channel, and she used the initials of my children. Right? It was that threat of, I'm going to tell everything I know about your kids. Now, what she failed to understand is I'm proud of my kids. They're awesome and I'm not scared. But it was the intent of what she did. It's that veiled threat that you better watch out, because I know who you are, and if you do anything I don't like, I'm gonna tell everyone your embarrassing stuff, or I'm gonna come to your house in the middle of the night, or whatever. Right? It's a threat. It's designed to take away your sense of comfort, anonymity, perhaps. But here's the problem with that, Proudfoot. Sebastian is missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. The newspapers, the police, they had put up maps of your neighborhood. How does that equate to you getting someone's private information where they are not a public person and putting that out? How does that help you? You seem to be so distracted by money and being sure that you are meaner and more hateful than anyone else on the internet. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Sebastian is still missing. Do you care? Because it doesn't exactly feel like it.
You and I don't need to make $1 from you. I don't need to make $1. I don't care. It's actually helped doing something. That's what we want. But other than that, okay, cool. The compounding of life is not easy.
Let me ask y'all a question. And I hate to use anything about your own kids, but let me put it this way. If, let's say, maybe one of the kids some kid in your life, maybe from church, maybe from the baseball team, maybe from the school. If there's a kid missing, do you care if other people are talking about it, or would you be grateful that the story was getting attention and photos were out there? I have people that contact me all the time who are saying things like, hey, my sister's child went missing, or my best friend's dad has dementia and he's missing. I get these, I'm guessing that all of the creators do. I'm not requesting this information. People come to the channel and they listen to us talk, and then they have a tragedy in their neighbor or their neighborhood, and they reach out and say, will you cover this? And I've kind of learned to sit back and wait 3 or 4 days, because there's usually a resolution. Either they find them or there's an arrest. Like Nungare, she was one that I had a person here in Houston reach out to me and ask me to cover the case. But she had only been missing a couple of hours at that point. It wasn't much at all. And I did put her picture out. That was a little bit different because she was young, and they had the camera footage. But even that, they found her. It was heartbreaking. So I don't know. I think it's I'm bothered that from the Proudfoot family or people, we're getting photographs that are 5, 6 years old, even on Fox and Friends. I'm bothered that he has this fascination or this focus on making sure no one makes any money. Okay, so you're asking for help. You're asking that people discuss Sebastian and get his photograph out there. But what do you mean you want to say you can't make any money? Some people, this is their job, in fact. I wouldn't care how much money people were making as long as they were keeping the story alive and they had the photographs out there. I would not care. So I don't like that Christopher Proudfoot is so obsessed with who's making money. It's crazy how much he talks about it. Even with Pascal, it was so bizarre. Why do you care? Why do you give a damn if Seth Rogers has a GoFundMe? He hasn't hardly been able to work in a long time. So it's not like police would go, oh, look, he's coming to a windfall. So no, the people that are having these thoughts and these discussions are not because they are trying to make money and they want to hurt you. We are genuinely disturbed and worried for Sebastian and mystified that there are 7 CPS cases. Really? 7?
You're not living off of GoFundMe or Cash Apps.
No, we don't have any of those. Sorry. I mean, that just, yeah, that goes down a different road I won't go down.
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, hush.
And let's not forget, when you order soap, you get a free missing child sticker too from Dolly.
Here's,
I lost my ankle biter. I miss her really bad.
well, we got 2 of them, and one of them was supposed to kind of like be mine, and however, they bunch of traitors.
Traitorous dogs.
They're loving up on Mama. They know she needs it right now.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they.
Okay, that was just projection.
What?
Queen Bee, that was 100% projection. You have no idea what the dogs are doing. You have no idea what Katie's doing. You don't know about the dogs. Did you ever stop to think that maybe the dogs actually loved being with Sebastian? And now that he's gone, they're just laying around sleeping all day because they're depressed?
When I'm not home, she just lets them sleep in the bed. Y'all are in the pen.
Well, that answers your question why they like Katie more than you.
So I think it's interesting what we just heard, that, you know, when he's not home, Katie lets the 2 dogs sleep in the bed with her. But when he's home, he puts them in the pen. He said it just now. That's so interesting because the night that Sebastian went missing, by his own words, he says, okay, you're falling asleep. You need to get up, put the dogs up, and go to bed. Chris, are you really gone?
No.
Exactly.
Yep.
Oh, man.
The chat's showing you love, Katie. They said they're showing you some love.
She says,
Yeah. Well, hopefully this lets more people know that what they think of you is wrong. That you're not this overbearing.
Now, I thought this was very interesting. Remember what I said at the beginning of this? I said this was the first leg of the Proudfoot Reputation Rehabilitation Tour. And B-Tim, because he's a genius, he just verified that. Like they had all this big long conversation. They all just met. They didn't know each other, and there was no agenda. But listen to what he says.
What they think of you is wrong. That you're not this overbearing person. You're a terrible person. All this stuff, and they actually start thinking about the facts instead of thinking their preconceived emotions or listening to people like T-Rev or Dolly Vision for their opinions and think for themselves and listen and think to themselves, should we continue in this hate campaign against people who are innocent, or should we think for ourselves and say, you know, these people are good people who are not bad people, and we're actually harassing good people in the worst time in their lives. And maybe there's those.
You have no idea why you're saying these things. Like you're not acknowledging at all the curiosities of the Proudfoot family. You're not acknowledging any of the facts of Sebastian going missing, the questionable behavior after he's gone. The photographs are just bizarre. What are you saying? You're just saying, I will be your lackey, Christopher. I am happy to buy your story, hook, line, and sinker, and I don't care about the facts related to Sebastian's existence. I just care about getting your approval because then we look like good people.
It's been interesting, but I wish for the best. I don't wish negative on people. I don't.
Well, except that PI, the female PI, that you told her she better get that story back in the bottle or you were gonna what to her?
Yeah. Well, life is strange. Life is definitely strange.
Probably a really world for you to be thrust into, huh? People from here, there, and everywhere that want to weigh in on your life and have a say when
you are not knowing, I think at this point in time, Christopher Proudfoot, he followed the true crime stories. He was part of the true crime community, as was Tony Mathis. So I don't know what you're talking about. Barry Morphew, he listened and watched. What do you mean? This was a weird thing he'd never been a part of. Oh, he had been a part of it. He knew exactly what the true crime community was. And now he's got a true crime in his life, and he is about to start making his rounds on the podcast.
They're really just strangers that got.
Well, it's actually, so we've sat back for so long, been quiet and reserved and whatnot. Now I've gotten a lot of messages from strangers, people I've never met before, and they're like, "Have you seen what's going on?" I'm like, "No, what's going on?" They're like, "Everybody's turning on each other." I'm like, "Huh?"
Mm-hmm.
Like, "Oh yeah, this person's blaming."
This was such an interesting moment because at the time that he said this, people had not actually turned on Seth. It was only a few weeks after this that the strange turn against Seth happened. When this live occurred, everybody supported Seth. It's almost like Christopher Proudfoot was suggesting to you what he wanted you to believe.
And this person, I was like, "Oh, well,
yeah." Well, welcome to YouTube. That usually happens.
Freaking wild.
That's the day before.
From the middle of November to the middle of December, it's insanity around here.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
crazier than this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Girl.
honey, this is just.
And why is Cluminati acting like she doesn't know? She has a true crime channel. They're just playing a role. None of this was real. It was planned, in my opinion.
It's a regular old Monday.
Calm.
We ain't even hit a holiday on this yet.
Yeah, this is calm. Actually.
Nope. I'm about to start cooking.
It gets crazy on these streets around that time.
Yeah, Chris and Katie.
no, thank you,
Tim.
appreciate it."
Comes off, usually about these in New York too. So
Oh my goodness, bless his heart.
yes, he's up pretty late hanging out with us.
Well, that needs in New York.
You hear all the laughing, all the chuckling that Christopher Proudfoot's doing? He's relaxed now. He had a mission. He came on to manipulate these people to get them on his side. He's building his little army. And now it's clear to him they believe me. They're going to fight for me. I now have a presence to combat and push back against all these people that really, really feel bad for Seth. This was a very dark and this is a real dark turn because it showed that there was an agenda that did not involve finding Sebastian. It seems that when Christopher Proudfoot went on this particular live, the agenda was only about convincing others that he and Katie did nothing wrong. That was the only goal. That was the only thing to come of this. And once they began lapping up at his heels, he's very happy. And that's when all the chuckling and laughing began. It's dark. It's really, really dark. because that boy had only been missing a few weeks at the time that this happened. Less than 3 months he'd been gone.
Christmas.
Yes, we call it Christmas around here.
Yo, you people are cray cray. Like,
Yes, it's
Christmas
called
is-
Christmas, not Christmas. It's Christmas Griffmas.
Christmas.
I can honestly say I've never used the term griffness in my life. And these people are doing this for money.
And you'll see it. They'll start grifting around October, November. That's usually when it starts.
I don't even
So
know
everybody
what
just
you're talking
attacks
about.
everybody, huh?
Oh,
Pretty much. It's
it's you want the screenshots that are a minimum of 6 months old so that you can pick up an old fight. Mhm.
oh my
You
God.
hear him laughing? You hear how he's laughing? His so-called son has been missing less than 3 months. Where's the fear? Listen to him laugh.
Griffmas, not Christmas. It's Christmas Griffmas.
Christmas.
And you'll see it. They'll start grifting around October, November. That's usually when it starts.
So everybody just attacks everybody, huh?
Oh,
Pretty much. It's
you want the screenshots that are a minimum of 6 months old so that you can pick up an old fight. Mhm.
Oh my God.
Digging up bones.
I
We're
think
digging
that's
up
probably
bones.
And now she's singing Digging Up Bones. There is a kid missing and a father who is crying daily at this point. Does this strike anybody as particularly psychotic? Him laughing his ass off, one of them singing, I'm digging up bones, I'm digging up bones. Cluminati's acting like she had never been on YouTube. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, she's got a damn channel.
probably my favorite part of being on YouTube is because it's not like my income, right? Like, I don't, so I love it because it's like, I don't know, I watch all these people, like, it is like grifting is a real thing, right?
Oh, it is. Oh, yes, girl.
Now, you just heard word salad out of Cluminati. The favorite thing I like about YouTube is that it's not like my real job. I'm not really needing the money, but you just go and listen. It's just like, yeah, you just like listen. Jesus, what?
Ain't seen shit yet.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Oh no, you got you'll get a little taste of it right around starting between the 1st of June leading up to the 15th. It'll get real hard, and then it kind of coasts off for the summer. But just wait, August, they start right around August again to get that school supply money in, and then October, November.
Yep.
The fact that,
And I have no idea what they're talking about. None. It seems to me that starting in October, most of us are online less because the holidays are in full swing. So what are they talking about? Like, is this the way they're thinking? Is this what they are doing?
that you guys know this is a cycle is crazy.
Sidebar. Look, we try to fucking hide. We try to hide till it's over.
So I mean, is it?
People, there's a lot of people.
You hide?
Yes.
Yeah, hide. We
Is
try
that
to hide
right?
till
You
it's over.
So I mean, is it really that profitable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can
Yes,
be.
it is.
God.
There's
Like,
a lot of people. There's a lot of people on here who have very big hearts.
That's the thing. They have a lot of big hearts. In our community, we have a lot of people that really give a fuck.
Yep.
Like they really
Yep.
do. You know, like I said, there's a lot of people here that support you and Katie. Like there's a lot of people here that really support you and Katie.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate it. We're not money people. We don't
No,
do
I'm
that
just
kind
saying,
of
like
stuff.
support you in general. You know what I mean? Like this, we have a very good community. And if you were to say, hey, we need this or something happened, they are very quick to want to help.
Wow. She literally just admitted that it is a grifting channel. Like she literally just admitted it. Oh, yeah. If you ever needed anything, you just tell the people and they just give you money, man. It just rains calf manna from the sky. What? They just sit back and let people talk. They will reveal themselves and won't even know when they're doing it.
Very
Yes.
quick to want to help.
Yes. Like if you
Anybody
guys
with anything, it doesn't even matter what it is. You know what I mean? You could say, I have to move tomorrow, and they would want to help you. You know what I mean? It's just like there's a lot of caring people. Like there's a lot of people with big hearts.
from finding you
People
an
take
RV
advantage of
site,
it, you know?
yep, from finding you an RV site to helping you get packed to fuel to the whole nine. I mean, like that's the community.
Finding an RV site, helping you get packed, and buying your fuel. That's all happening in Queen Bee's channel. Please, people, save yourselves. You're buying people's fuel? Really? We should help. We should help. Can I say this? Why wouldn't you want to give money to a father who is so noticeably broken and destroyed that he does not know where his child is? He's also in physical pain. He has physical limitations that are real. He has surgery during all this. And they ripped this man to pieces because, listen, his sister started a GoFundMe because he wasn't working. His sister did. Why, if Christopher Proudfoot doesn't care about money, if these people are bragging on how loving and giving their subscribers are, that they're going to buy your fuel after they pack your clothes and they find you a campground, why do they care if Seth was getting money when he was so just distraught? This is my point, you guys. Start listening and paying attention to these people. They're telling you everything that you need to know about them. It's just so frustrating.
Like when any of us have had a problem, everybody's come together for one another to help. We built our own little village.
That's amazing. Like I never thought this existed or anything like that existed in general.
Right now. There's a lot of psychos.
Yeah, there are a lot of psychos, Cheesy Wheezy. You would know. What was it Proudfoot said?
For one another to help. We built our own little village.
That's amazing. Like I never thought this existed or anything like that existed in general.
Right now. There's a lot of psychos on here, but there's also a lot of very good people. I'm sorry, Katie. I apologize.
And I guess what Cheesy Wheezy is referring to is you're a good person if you are willing to give any of these 5 people money when they tell you that they're having trouble. If they need gasoline, you're supposed to give them gasoline. That makes you a good person. If they say, I need someone to come pack up my house because I'm getting evicted, if you go over to their house and you pack up their things, you're a good person. I'm sorry. What do they find at fault if Seth is getting donations to a GoFundMe when he's out looking for his kid? You know, here's the reality. Seth is the only one of these 3 parents, and I'm using that term loosely. He's the only one that seemed to actually be experiencing real grief. You know what I mean? The man has been devastated, absolutely devastated. And in the middle of this terrible devastation, he had hurt himself. He had a long-standing injury. But because of the searching, and he wasn't quite in that type of shape to be doing that, he ended up with further damage to a point that they actually had to do surgery during this period of time. I mean, he's really suffering. Why would this group have any problem at all with Seth? If people want to make, here's the thing about a GoFundMe, no one is like twisting your heartstrings. You know what I mean? If I just put up a GoFundMe and said, hey guys, I need a trip to Disney World. I'm going to put up my Disney World GoFundMe. And if you guys want to donate and send me to Disney World, then feel free. Okay, that's all you got to do, right? You never say another word about it. But what if I'm, going live and I'm weeping because going to Disney's my lifelong dream and I never got that, and it just means so much if somebody could just help me get to Disney World. That's kind of twisting your arm, isn't it? It's using emotional manipulation to maybe pull at your heartstrings. You're a very kind and, generous person. And so you're like, okay, this is breaking my heart. I love Disney. I'm going to donate to the Disney fund. But if it's just a GoFundMe, nobody's twisting your arm. It's just there. If you want to go there and do the money, then you can. And if you don't, you don't. So I find it interesting that you have on the one hand people saying, okay, Seth's sister did a GoFundMe. If you want to help him, he's not working right now. He's having a hard time. That is free will, right? You want to go help the guy. It's a terrible situation. You go help him. But if you are going up on panels and you're saying, oh, everybody listen, Critter Watchers is having so much trouble. She's really got to have some help. She's been such a good friend of all of ours. Even if you could just afford $5 each, that could mean so much. It could change Critter's life. Let's do this for her. Let's get together, guys. It takes a village. Which one is actually grifting? Which one is grifting and which one is just saying, hey, there's a need. Here's the GoFundMe if you want to donate. The grifting is when you're manipulating people with emotion, when you're presenting things in a way that may not be actually accurate. Like all this stuff they were saying about, oh, in June, it really starts up. I didn't even get that part. In June, it really starts up. And then October, you got to pull up old fights because then in November, December, you want to be fighting with everyone. It's like, if that is really what you guys are doing, I think you ought to go back to college and get some training to do a real job. That's all I can say. Now, if you're an artist, if you have interesting stories or commentary, or you're a musician making content, that's why Google developed YouTube. YouTube was envisioned, it was conceived as a platform that would allow artists, writers, visionaries, it would allow them a way to put their intellectual property out for public consumption, even if they were not employed by ABC or CBS, even if they were not a world-renowned artist. And you can still make a little bit of money. A little bit. Trust me on this, people. Trust me. It's so fascinating to me that this group of people are the ones that say you're a bad person if you make use of a platform that was actually conceived by Google, an alphabet company, was actually conceived as an avenue to showcase talents and art. Why do you care if someone's making 2 cents for 500 views? Why do you care? And here's where they get revealed to be a grifter. Y'all stay with me. So let me pull up. I can't remember because I don't ever look at this kind of thing. Hold on. How do I find it? Let's see. I go to YouTube. I'm going to tell you how much people make with 1,000 views. Prepare to be astounded. Okay. It is pretty sad is all I've got to say. Just a second. I mean, to be fair, I think it's just cool as hell that you can make a little bit of a paycheck doing what you enjoy, right? So I think that's cool, but nobody's getting rich here. Hold on a minute. Now, where is the money part? See, I'm not any good at this. Okay, I need to go back to dashboard. Oh, analytics. That's what I'm looking for. And then revenue. Okay. And there should be a way. Okay. In the last 28 days, I wonder if I can show you this so that you'll know I'm telling the truth. Make sure there's nothing sensitive here. No, there's nothing sensitive here. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Let me share this so that you'll, I mean, you can tell I'm laughing because it's a joke. All right. It's hilarious. What is it? Josh from the lab admitted. Oh my God, Cinnamon. That's a horrible story. That's so sad. It's disappointing. Okay, let me see. Where did it go now? Okay, here it is. Prepare to be, uninspired to ever start a YouTube channel if what you're wanting to do is make money, okay? Because we ain't making any money. All right. So look at right here. Okay, so this says content performance in the last 28 days. Estimated revenue, 93 cents. So 337 views, and you made $2.75 for every 1,000 views. How crazy is that? And so then you look at here and you see my video that I did, psychologist analyzes serial killer Rex Heuermann, 54 cents. Gray Hughes, white knighting for Christopher Proudfoot. Oh, Christopher, I'm making so much money off of you, buddy. 12 pennies. Ronnie Watts, this is a very old video. Chris won't hurt one of those kids. I made a whopping 7 pennies. Copy of Sarah Boone jury selection, 6 pennies. Lori Cox Daybell's Date with Destiny, 4 pennies. Okay. What do you mean? You guys are so ridiculous. As you say that, oh, people are doing this to make money. We're making so much money. Hold on just a second. There's something else I can check to pull up. Hang on just a second. There's something else to check to show you how much money we're not making. Allegedly innocent. I'm on Social Blade. I'm putting in my channel name. All right. Okay, get ready. Woo-wee. Man. Christopher Proudfoot, you're going to be ready to quit your day job, buddy, because you're going to say, man, I gotta get on that grift. I got to get on that gravy train. Let me make sure there's nothing sensitive here. Let's see. No. Let me get on that gravy train, make some of that big cash, make some of that Proudfoot cash. All right, here is my, y'all, I told y'all thought I was lying. I am not lying. I'm telling the truth. Okay. So here is my channel. It's actually at True Crime Jewels. Call it Allegedly Innocent. 758 uploads, 18.9 subscribers, video views 1.3, almost 1.4. I have a total Social Blade grade of B-, which is crazy. And one of the reasons that I think it's so crazy is because I've really had like a big increase because I've been doing videos again every night. If I go down, so my subscribers for the last 30 days has been 67% more than usual. Like I've been blowing the top out of the channel because I wasn't really making many videos. I was doing it like once every, I don't know, probably 9-10 days. Now I'm trying to do at least every other day, right? So my subscribers have blossomed. And look at the whopping earnings that I have made in the past 30 days. Between $14 and $225. That's what I made. All right. And then you go down. Now, this is where you're going to be real excited, Christopher Proudfoot. Like you're going to be ready to quit your day job and you're going to start a channel just like Seth so you can make all this money. Because I heard y'all were mad as hell that Seth started a YouTube channel and you were all saying, oh, he's horrible. He's grifting. He's making money off his missing son. Okay, be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So if we look at on January the 13th, you see where it says I had 1,861 views just on that day. On that day, I made between 47 cents and $7 for nearly 2,000 views. Stop to think about that. The video I did last night with Barry Morphew, I got 800 views while I was live. And then 400 people after that, I got 1,200 views on it. 1,200. That's it. So basically that 3-hour live, I made less than like probably $5. So let's say, okay, but what about a big video? So 6,800 views for me is giant. Okay, it's a lot of views for me. My channel, I don't get that kind of movement. That was a big channel. I mean, a big view on that video. I made somewhere between $2 and $27. Truth is, I think I probably made like $6 or $7 that day on that video. So most of these days, you're not making anything at all. If you get no views, so on Monday, June the 6th, I didn't get any views. January the 8th, 0. And this is because I didn't do a video that day, right? There's no videos happening. And then another day, January 10th, I made exactly 0. Because even if people watch the old videos, it's not hitting that threshold to trigger the count. What about this one? On January the 16th, I made 71 cents, somewhere between 4 pennies and 71 pennies. So tell me, Christopher, in all of your infinite wisdom, dude, are you ready to stop your job and open up a YouTube channel and make so much money? Just stop with your nonsense, all of you. Stop with this whole grifting thing. Stop. Quit. Even those of you that are wonderful, you guys are great, right? You do the super chats. I'm grateful. It means a lot to me. Even when you do the super chats, and it's fun to do. I'm members on other people's channels. I do super chats. They're small. They're like $2 or $5. You do that to show support, right? You do that because that channel creator is someone that you you spend time watching them, you like the content they're putting out, you feel like they're putting out like educational information perhaps, or they're just funny, they make you laugh. Giving $2, $3, $5, something like that, you're saying, I appreciate you. I'm glad that you're here and that I'm a part of this community, and that should be recognized. But some people, if you're going on and you're saying, I need to buy fuel, and then you're encouraging all the people in the chat to give you super chats, that's not appreciation. That's something else. Or, oh, I need help packing up my house. Come over to my house and pack for me. It's so hard to, look, we all need help. I'm not saying people don't need help. Don't get me wrong. But you develop friends, right? That you have certain friendships that are closer than others, where it becomes inappropriate or cringy is when you're looking to strangers, when you're expecting strangers will do that. I once saw a channel where this person basically talked the creator into letting her come live at the creator's house. And I thought, oh my gosh, this could end up really dangerous, right? You're not sure. We're not always sure who we're talking to. And you've got to be careful and think, and it just seemed scary that, there's really decent, good people. I mean, my channel, you guys, all of you are amazing. Like, we're friends. We legit have a good time together. We talk to each other, support each other through kind words, words of affirmation. But something else is happening when you start suggesting that somebody should let you come live with them. When you start suggesting that they should pay your gasoline because you don't have any. I saw a girl one night. She was live and she said, come on, somebody, please. I want to buy a hamburger. I think it was a hamburger. She said, I want to buy a hamburger and I don't have any money. Please, somebody, please. And then she was like, oh, thank you. I got $2. And then she went on for a little while longer. And then you know what she said? She said, man, you people suck. You're terrible. How could you not give me a little bit of money just so I could get something to eat? If everybody would just give $1, then I could get something to eat. You guys are selfish assholes. And ended the live. I saw it. I absolutely saw it. It was unbelievable. Oh, yeah, reality wins. My jaw, I was just like, what is happening here? This is not normal. So I think it is so interesting, and I've backed up with facts here. I've shown you my reality. I think it is curious that you've got this group of people over there that are talking about, grifting season revs up in June or October, blah, blah, blah. That is so interesting to me because people are not getting rich, right? This is not getting rich, people. This is not. This is, I get a little bit, a couple $100 at the end of the month. I get a little bit to just kind of like I told y'all, I'm doing the Oculus and I've got some Bath and Body Works, like candles and things like that I'm going to do a giveaway. I got a bottle of Chanel, bottle of White Diamonds. So I've used that money to kind of like just do something fun that for everybody in the channel, like that it can be fun to do together. Right. But so when they talk about grifting season and how much money you're going to make, that is just foreign. Like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. So, I mean, I've seen people like Natasha Cooper. She used to do all these fundraisers. They were nonsense. They weren't actual need. But she would name them something like, oh, it's Hot Pink Tuesday. We need to set a goal of $1,000. And then she'd be like, yay, we got more money toward our goal. That is definitely grifting. But I don't know. It's strange that they would be accusing Seth of making so much money. It's not. And you guys can go to Social Blade and go ahead and put in different creators' channel names, and you can see for yourself. Gray Hughes is not getting rich, people, and he does he's got a lot of people in his channel. He gets a lot of views. He's got loyal people that have returned to his channel year after year. The truth is there's not a lot of money in this. It's weird to listen to how they talk about it. And Christopher Proudfoot, oh, you're not going to talk about Sebastian if you're making money. Okay, Christopher, let me put my 7 pennies away. It's just so silly. It's like, wait, hold on a damn minute. You know how much of my life this past 7 days, you know how much of my life I've spent trying to advocate for Sebastian, for Seth. And I made 7 pennies? Is silly. They're so ridiculous. So in some ways, I think those people that are screaming the loudest about people being grifters, that's probably your grifter, right? That's the ones that are trying to seem like, no grifters here. That's probably the ones that are, playing the system. Gray Hughes has a different strategy. He wants a donation write-off, but he does such good work. What does that mean, a donation write-off? I don't even know what that means. I enjoy spending time with very intelligent individuals. Well, Buckeye, you found the right place. No, I'm not playing. I mean it. We are glad you are here with us, Buckeye. Gray donates a significant amount, even though I don't care. I sincerely respect that. So let me understand something. So Gray is making donation. He keeps some of the money, but he gives these donations away. He's writing that off of his real taxes. Is that what you mean? So he's like financially benefiting by getting a tax write-off. Is that right? Am I understanding you? It's also Cinnamon. I do not have a Cash App. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know like what to do with it. No, there's no Cash App. I love the fact that YouTube is here in general, and the Cash Apps are great. I get a little bit of money. YouTube gets a little bit of money to keep the platform going. I'm good with that. I'm okay. No, I'm not going to do Cash Apps and GoFundMe. I might do a GoFundMe for another person that might be in need. I would do something like that, but no, I'm not going to do that for me. Nope. Gray Hughes said, I didn't know what I was talking about. He then put it to members only. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Gray is very sure about the world according to Gray. Okay, I can do a membership. Thank you. Yeah, I do have membership, Buckeye. And we got, we're about to we're in the process of getting back on track, and so I don't do too much of the members only chats and things like that, but I like going like to a different platform, Patreon, where the only people watching are the members. That, to me, that makes a lot more sense. I do wish that YouTube could offer that option, but I guess right now they don't have the ability to do that. Oh yeah, Moonlight. He is very quick to sort of, well, I'm not going to say any, he has, sometimes he's a little cranky. Okay. I'm just going to be, sometimes he's cranky, but look, he does a lot with the whole computer generated graphics and things like that. And he is doing the thing where he donates money to the DNA detectives. I think that's amazing. It's absolutely great. So, but yeah, he doesn't have a lot of patience. he doesn't have a lot of patience with nonsense. Green, it's so uncomfortable with. Oh no, Tam, we can't do that. Yeah. I don't know, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm really uncomfortable because I've been getting these weird comments like about the sheriff and the sheriff's wife and all that. I'm not sure I buy into this whole thing with Tyler Feller. I was on panel with Tyler Feller a couple of years ago. We were talking about Idaho 4. I think he's a great guy. He's smart. He's respectful, polite. He's busy. He's got a lot going on in his life. He's definitely a hard worker. I don't know that I believe the drama surrounding Tyler Feller. It seems like more of Steve Proudfoot nonsense. Truly. I'm not that quick to believe that Tyler should have his life ripped apart just because some anonymous person said, "Hey, guess who's the youth pastor?" Now, I don't believe that. I think Steve and Proudfoot, I think they are up to no good here on YouTube specifically. They are trying to start wars. They're trying to start rumors. They're trying to get people to dox other people. Do not believe anything that you read right now with those two involved. Don't believe it. Do not believe it. Does he, Truth Seeker? I kind of bowed out of the Idaho 4 case for a little while. I mean, I check in and try to keep up a little bit, but I kind of bowed out because it was so much. There was so much going on with the prosecutor and the arguing back and forth. And now, of course, they've changed venues. I think that's great. Once they get closer to the actual trial starting back up again, then I'll definitely be covering it. You guys know I have a fascination with serial killers. I absolutely believe that BK likely did it. And I don't think it was the first one. I think that he had a reason to be comfortable going into that house in the middle of the night. So he seems like he has experiences zero emotion. So possibly you're looking at a primary psychopath like Christopher Watts. So he's an interesting one. If I had lots of money, if I was a wealthy woman, I would absolutely take a month off and go up to New York to watch the trial of Rex Uhrman. 100% I would do that. I am fascinated by serial killers. And I think Uhrman is a rare breed. I think he's the real deal. And I think that trial is going to be fascinating. Really, really unbelievable. So, yeah, but I think BK, I think they got the right guy. And I think maybe they got him by breaking some of the rules that could get them in trouble at trial. I agree with all that. But I also think that he's a Jeffrey Dahmer type of person. And I think he's killed before. I'd love to go to the Rex Heuermann trial, that is going to be like, I would rearrange my whole life to be able to go up there for that trial. I can't, but I would if I could. Hopefully Barry Morphew is going to be seeing himself in a courtroom soon. We have Lori Vallow, April the 1st. How do you like that date? April the 1st, Lori Vallow will start her new trial. I think it's amusing, although there's nothing amusing about that animal. It is amusing that they've got the trial on April the 1st because, you know, she and Chad are such pud knockers that it's, you know, it's appropriate, right? So there are an awful lot there are an awful lot of cases going on right now, which is a terrible, sad statement of the state of our nation, our people. But if you are into true crime, you're not going to have any trouble finding something to discuss, you know, on your channel. So, hey, Kiki, my birthday. Is it really April 1st? Well, I personally do not think that it was a joke when you were born. I think it was a special gift. So, let's see. I can't wait to see BM get locked up. Absolutely, gymnastics. I am with you. And Vallow is defending herself. You know, I've had a video. I've actually got my script all together. Everything's ready to go. And I just hadn't had time. You know, the Sebastian Rogers topics are always there. I wanted to get started with the Barry Morphew content again, but I do have a video, a conceptualization of a video. I'm ready to do it. All I got to do is just find the time. About Lori Vallow defending herself, that it's actually another trauma for Colby Ryan, right? It's another reflection that Lori is a self-obsessed child in her mind, and that she has no recognition of the pain that she is inflicting on the people around her. It is shocking at this point that she just can't conceptualize how badly she's hurting Colby. So I feel awful for Colby. I do wish that he could find a way to not watch the trial, forget that the woman is even alive. And I also know that that's not possible, right? But I do think that that would be the healthiest choice that he could take at this point. He went through the nightmare trial of JJ and Tylee and Chad Daybell's wife and Charles. He went through that. That was horrible. It was life-altering for him. I don't know that there's anything more. When I say anything more, I don't know that there would be anything therapeutic about working through the death of Ryan and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I don't know if there's anything therapeutic there. I think the worst is when your actual dad, the man that that treats you like a dad, when your dad and your brother and sister are murdered by what is supposed to be your mom. I don't think there's anything worse than that. And I think what they're about to do in Arizona, I think it's a game to her. I think she's using this. Here's one thing. I think she's using this as a way she's going to subpoena Chad because she wants to see Chad. Even if it's going to just be over computer, I think she wants to see him again, and she's manipulating in order to try to make that happen. She is an incredibly shallow woman. So I wish that I really do think that it would be healthiest for Colby if he could find a way to just say, you know what? Vengeance is not mine. That belongs to the Lord. I've done what I need to do for Charles, Tylee, and JJ. and I'm going to let God take care of this thing with Brandon Boudreaux and Paul Ryan. Or not Paul Ryan. I said Paul Ryan. I didn't mean that. It's not what I meant. I wasn't even being tongue in cheek. I just, Tylee's dad. Let me say that. So since I made a mess of it, I wish that he could just not watch, because it sure is going to open some old wounds. But he will have to watch. He'll find it too impossible not to, you know. And she's just kind of making a mockery out of it. What do you guys think? Do y'all think that it's going to be especially painful, her antics, that somehow it cheapens what she's done? It is, Sandy. He laughed at me because I said Paul Ryan. Are the grandparents there for every court hearing? No, not in this particular setting, because they're prosecuting Ryan. What's his first name? Tylee's dad, biological dad. Somebody help me. I can't remember. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Aiden's Lodge. She is definitely looking for narcissistic supply. Yeah. Oh, Fixin' to. Look how sweet you are. Thank you so much, Fixin' to. So, yeah, I do wish that for Colby's sake, for his peace of mind, I wish that he could avoid this upcoming trial. Brandon Boudreaux is not. He's alive. The charges are attempted murder and then conspiracy to commit murder. So, okay. So I also want to take a minute to thank everybody. Sandy T is a new member. Thank you so much, Sandy. We're going to have some fun in the coming weeks, so I hope you'll be able to join us. Sweet Tea, Jules. Okay, so there is Sandy T. So thank you so much. Everybody say hashtag thank you, Sandy. Also, Sweet Tea, Jules, tell him thankful for you and respect you so much. Hugs to you, my friend, and hugs to you, Sweet Tea. Thank you so much. You are very kind and very generous. I appreciate that. And then there is Tracy French. Just a thank you because you're amazing, Jules, fighting for the innocents. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that so much. And I'm jealous that you're in Great Britain because I love Great Britain. So thank you so much. You are very kind and generous, and I appreciate you. Oh, we got Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea, you are being way too generous, and I appreciate you, but be careful. So thank you for the super sticker. And then Buckeye State rocks. New member. Thank you, Buckeye. I appreciate that. And I hope that you will join us when we do the Patreon. We're gonna play some games and have fun. I'm fixing to go to bed. Right? Only people from the South know what fixing to means. I get you. You're doing an amazing job on this case. Thank you. Thank you, fixing to. And thank you so much for your very generous contribution. I appreciate it. Gymnastics 101. Thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it. It matters more than you know. We're going to have a good time. We are going to do this. We're going to play and have some laughs. Because not everything can be dark, doom, and gloom, right? Got to remember that. Sometimes we got to take a little time out to just be silly and have a good time. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. All of you guys that are members, Nana Flower Power, thank you. You guys have been good friends, and we've had a great time together. I love UK too as well. Totally. Jules, would you be willing to cover the recently released interrogation clips from Stacey Wondrous, suspect in Monkey's disappearance? Brandy wants all the creators possible to speak on it. Interesting. Sure. I would do that. I I think that this situation with Michael Vaughn, I think they know who did it. And I think they fear that they don't have enough evidence to get a conviction in a court of law. I think they're trying to get someone to roll over and tell on someone else exactly what they did in the Adelson prosecution. So it's going to be an interesting case to kind of watch. And perhaps that is why Brandy is requesting this. Maybe she wants there to be wide coverage. Maybe it puts a little pressure on for someone to step up and say, you know, I better take a deal while I can get it. I feel exactly the same way with Katie and Christopher. The one who talks first is going to get the good deal, meaning you're going to get out of prison one day. If you keep hoping and praying that the other person's not going to roll over, you would be wrong. When those red and blue lights show up at the house and you're sitting in an interrogation room with cops surrounding you and they know things that you thought no one knew about, it's going to be too late then. And it won't, Katie, Mr. Proudfoot, it won't take much pressure at all for a man like him to start talking. And he may even say things that aren't true, if you know what I mean. So if you have the ability to tell Sebastian's story, you are much better to do it with a promise that you will be given an opportunity for early release. Really. True. We've seen this. We've all seen this. We've all seen this. You the one who talks first, you guys get the best, they get the best deal. If you guys believe me, if you agree with that, put a 1. If you think I don't know what I'm talking about, put a 2. First person who talks wins. Always be the first one to tell. I don't know. So the way my channel name came about, the allegedly innocent, it was just a play on words. I think Scott Reich is the only person that really got it, right? Like the first time that I was in his channel, because I'm a member of his channel, so we do like Tuesday night lives where it's just channel members. It's a small group of people. We have a great time. And he was like, allegedly innocent. And he was like, man, that is a great name. And he was really the only one that ever really understood its meaning. Meaning that, you know, you're supposed to be allegedly innocent, or I'm sorry, allegedly guilty, that you accuse someone of being guilty, but then, you know, it's alleged guilt. But the reality is that's not really what's been happening in the judicial system. Most people are coming from a position of, okay, we believe you are guilty. Now you got to present yourself as an innocent. And you can't really do that. It's kind of impossible to be allegedly innocent. So that's all it meant, was just a political statement on holding people as guilty and then giving them an opportunity to present that they're innocent, prove that they're innocent. You can't do that. That's not the way it's written in the Constitution. Cindy Dalton, where was it released? Wait a minute, what is the call between Sarah and PJ? What is that? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Yeah, kind of an oxymoron, Sandy. Yeah, to prove yourself innocent is really strange. What's the phone call, though? What is that about? I don't know what that... See, I don't know all y'all's juicy gossip. First to talk, it's 30 years. The others get 50. Yeah, but you get a possibility of parole. If you're the first one to talk, you'll get the opportunity for parole, and you'll get time. You'll get good time, like if your behavior is good, you'll get reduced sentence that way as well. It is definitely just ask Sarah Boone if she's sorry. She should have absolutely taken the deal. Instead, she got life without parole. Yeah, Katie, there's you a case to look into. Being able to get parole, being able to get time off for getting reduced sentence for time well served, that is some very valuable stuff you're looking at. And if you don't take advantage of it, your beloved husband will. But what is Sarah and PJ? Like, what, isn't PJ his girlfriend or his wife or whatever? PJ had a call with Sarah a long time ago, but didn't release it because she didn't want to jeopardize the case. What case? I don't know what case y'all are talking about. Sarah's a knucklehead? Who's Sarah? Y'all are talking about? Dumb move to have a phone call? The cops love it when the criminals talk. So Stacy Wondra, that's the dude where, oh, that was his woman's name, right? Is that right? Yeah. So oh, I'm so confused. The suitcase killer is related to the disappearance of Monkey Vaughn? I think we all are having two. I think everybody's talking about something different here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, wait. So you're saying that PJ and Dolly talked to Sarah Boone? What does that have to do with Michael Vaughn? Wait, what? Sandy, I know, right? It's time to go. Good night, Sandy T. You have a good night. No, Sarah, Stacy's wife, was on a call with PJ and they recorded it. Okay, now we're good. We're not talking about Sarah Boone at all, correct? The suitcase killer, not at all. Yes, thank you, Tam. We finally got it. Okay, so yes, so Stacy Wondra is a man and Sarah is his wife. And they were both prime suspects in the missing case of Monkey Vaughn, Michael Vaughn. And I think that the prosecution is afraid to try to go to trial because I think he's afraid that he doesn't have enough evidence to get a guilty verdict. So did you guys listen to this phone call? Was it interesting? No. I may go over there and try to listen to it tonight. Good night, Tam. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. Sarah Wondra is going to send Nasty to the chair. In my humble opinion, Sarah Boone is Loon. Oh, sounds like a song too. It was interesting. All right. Well, then I'll probably go over there and listen to it when we finish up here. So thank you guys for being here. I mean, really, I'm always amazed that anybody cares what I have to say. So thank you for being here and listening. And we will continue down this path with the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, mapping out the Proudfoot Reputation Rehabilitation podcast tour. And then the other thing is I want to continue is the Barry Morphew, kind of revisiting the Barry Morphew facts, because I'm convinced that we're going to see an arrest here in the coming months. I'm convinced of it. Stacy was originally charged with concealing Monkey's death, but the charges were dropped. Yeah, I think they're really afraid that they can't get a conviction. The other possibility is maybe they think they've got enough against Stacy Wondra, or I guess more important, Sarah, but maybe they think there's more people involved. Maybe that's what they're waiting on. There's another link that we all meet up on to support Monkey coming home. Such a sad case, isn't it? Such a cute little boy. It's really terrible. All right. So everybody sleep well. I don't know who you're going to be watching on this fine Friday night, but whomever it is, enjoy. And I'll be back tomorrow. My friend will be going live with me, Art of Crime. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you all for being here. You guys are good friends, nice people, fun. You make me laugh. You make me think. You definitely change my perspective on things at times. And that's the mark of a good conversation, right? So everybody sleep well. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Watching crime unfold under the pale moonlight. From the darkest corner, stories unfold. True crime jewels, she's brash and she is bold. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From missing kids in Tennessee to angry husbands named Barry. True crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. From missing people to twisted minds, we're unraveling secrets old Barry tried to hide. Every clue, every twist and turn. In the world of crime, there's always more to learn. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep into the mysteries that never sleep. From Christopher's anger to Stephen Fisher's lies. The truth is calling, and justice won't be denied. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. True Crime Jewels on the YouTube streets. Likes are low, suspense is high. We're chasing truth, we spot every lie. Step into the darkness, hold on tight. Two flashlights out there in the dead of night. On the YouTube screen, we're digging deep. Barry Morphew's case is hot. A boy in Tennessee won't be left behind. From the coldest cases to the ones that shine. True crime's calling, and we're taking the time. So grab a seat, don't miss a beat. This True Crime Jewels got what you need. We're always watching Barry and waiting for the truth. In the world of crime, we discuss the proof. So hit that play and join the True Crime journey with Jewels of Thought and her gemstone family.